Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Path of Magic live stream. And I'm excited about this one because I actually did things properly. You see, I've been focusing so much on the live streams that I haven't been making tutorials. But somebody recently commented on a video I made about getting rid of the mist in the Mistlands. And you know what? I was like, wow, things have completely changed since then. Now we can actually use EWP to get rid of the mist. And that gives players a huge degree of control over how we can do this, right? So I made a tutorial about that. I haven't published it yet because I published a video yesterday. So I'm trying to get the live stream going. I live stream regularly. I see I can't have a perfect schedule. That's fine. I just have to try and do it almost every day. And who knows how long I'll be able to, but that's what I can do. And then I can't let that distract me from making the tutorials. They need to coincide with each other. And I need to be able to show off Path of Magic and invite people onto the server and encourage the activity on the server by people listening to the live streams, right? And also keep making tutorials that make it easier for people to learn about what's possible here. So I'll play a little bit differently compared to how one might normally play, because I lean on the side of showing as many mechanics as possible. So to get started along that vein of thinking, I'm just gonna deal with not having a rested bonus, because to be honest, I don't really plan on fighting anything today. Earlier, I did a whole crypt, and I got everything out of it. So this was one crypt from Path of Magic. You can see you get a lot of different stuff. And because, of course, I have to show off conveyors and other mechanics, what the heck, a spawner? I gotta take care of that. But basically, we're gonna toss this stuff over here in a moment. I don't know why this isn't spawning anything, but I'm gonna deal with it. Okay. That's better. Oh no, maybe it did spawn something and they ran away. That'd be funny. All right, so what we're going to be doing is tossing all of the smeltable stuff onto the belt. And then while that's happening, I'll start building. And if we built this conveyor properly, and I have spent a lot of time, patience to those of you who've tolerated me streaming my swamp playthrough. Classic, right? I'm doing the area that is one of the least liked areas in the game, and it is the longest part of the stream, I think, at this point. I noticed because I kept saying it was the stream that I'm building it in, but I kept having to prepare stuff more, or running out of material that I needed. So that was no good at all. That guy's gonna leave me alone. Alright, let's get the rest of this here. We need the scraps from that. Some more scraps, and the rest of the stuff is fine. I am going to do a little bit of a test. So most of this stuff I'm going to take with me. But in theory, we can make the conveyors buy items that are sellable if they pass by the foreman. I don't know if that'll happen, but it does seem to happen in some situations, so we can probably make it happen if we want to. But for now, I'm just going to take all of this treasure, and we're going to go sell it off. Let's, I guess we don't need all this ooze here. I also should go on an adventure at some point to get a belt. The fact that I've been, like, looting things without a belt, it's just ridiculous. So, alright, I want to turn the conveyor on, but Mr. Foreman is enjoying his freedom. Or Mrs. Foreman, sorry. Seems to change. Sometimes, I swear. What we're looking for... Hey, oh, thank you. Okay, that was kind. I appreciate that. What we're looking for is her to be just sort of close by so we can turn the belt on. There we go. And now that the conveyor's on, we'll get everything loaded. Let's load this up with coal, because we have loads of coal from before, so I can just, like, put it in from the chests that are nearby. There we go. That's easy enough. Now we can focus on the actual situation here, because I need a couple things that I can purchase. And I have tons of stuff to sell to be able to purchase these things. And in Path of Magic, you can sell full stacks of most items that accumulate and use that to acquire coins and other wealth. So you just saw me sell approximately 1,400 worth of various goods, right? So let's see, we can go back over here, put these away. And this stuff is, let's call it monster drops for now. And this, we're just going to lug it in the chest. May as well keep a clean inventory for once, huh? Looks good enough to me. All right. What we're going for in this video today is working on this building situation here. I want to build a sort of not spherical, a circular, cylindrical, I guess, wall that looks castle-esque. And I think if I just take advantage of this round space that I've cleared up here, we can make it basically travel over this stuff. And if I just take advantage of iron beams. Iron beams are one of my favorite things to build with because you have so little limitation with iron beams compared to the limitations that you're used to with wood and also with stone. And it's really easy to get used to the building mechanics of Valheim with like stone and core wood and these kind of things. But then it makes you almost like complacent. So then when you get iron, you're less likely to build with it. So you don't like fully grasp often, or players often overlook just how crazy iron is. You can go like loads and loads and loads of units without having any other support, doing crazy patterns. And then as long as they're strong enough, you can then embed the stone into them and everything. So it works really well for building. So with this place, basically, I'm going to be making a frame, and we're going to start it off of a central point. So in this case, I am going to die a lot unless I make some temporary scaffolding here. And I don't need to make it everywhere. I just need certain places to have something I can actually walk on instead of just falling off of here over and over again. This is probably fine. I don't need access to the whole thing. And from this point, we're going to figure out how high do we want each unit in this module, so to speak. Because depending on the frame we build now, it's going to turn into the floor and the limitations and the roof later, right? Because I want to make this a stone roof. And to make a stone roof, you need a lot of this stuff. So how are we going to manage that? Well, here we can see that we have 4 meters of space. And this is quite a solid roof, to be honest. And I think we can get away with it in this case. We can make this floor, 1 floor above it, and then the roof above that. So in total, we'll have 3 of these modules. However, we have to keep in mind that this floor is actually bigger than what the other upper floors are, right? Because we think, okay, 2, 4, right? But then if we actually go up there, we'll find that, well, after we put in a floor, right, it isn't that situation. We can run up here, and our floor is going to go up to here, right? So then we'll actually only have 3 meters of space available. So I think for this reason, I can either just accept it, or I can make it taller. And in this case, there's only 1 floor up here. So I'm going to make it taller. Or I can, actually, no, I know what I can do. I can put a snap point inside. That way, I keep it the same height. This way, we have 1 meter. There we go. And we'll get our 2 meters of space by using that upper point right there. And that should be solid. So now let's verify that all of our sort of spacing brackets, so to speak, that will become our ceiling. Let's make sure this is all put out properly. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that going to be enough space? Let's see. As long as the wall doesn't go all the way down here, it looks like it'll be fine. We just can't have one of these kilns or furnaces get blocked completely is the thing. So we have to think about that, because right now the position of the floor means that this area would actually have to be open up on the floor above. So we'll lose space there. I personally think that there's enough space that we can work that into the design and make it part of the. Oh, you see that? Look at, isn't that satisfying? Look, I've been babbling to you about nonsense, and the stuff we put on the conveyor is getting smelted. I don't know. There's something about conveyors that just tickles me. I adore them. It's really cool. All right, so I was so dazzled by that. I have to get back on track here. So we actually have way more than one iron and a decent amount of wood, and the coin problem has been addressed. So now when I run out of some resources, I can just build more to a certain point until we run through our supply of coins. And for now, I'm going to go around and give grounding to all of these panels. I'd say that this is probably far enough for our situation. So we just want to get each piece here to go into the ground. That's the goal. And in this case, this might be in the ground, but there's actually no workbench here, so let's fix that. There we go. All right, so now we can probably just clear this. Oh, no, this one's good. Okay, cool. So that was actually fine. Let's make sure I don't die to some leech poisoning or something later. And here we... Oh, wait, no. I'm learning the tricks. I remember. I go through the stupid UI, but I don't want to do that. I want to look at the piece, hold shift, and then boom. Yeah, and then boom. Oh, yeah, that's the new habit. I don't do it because I didn't know until recently. It was actually Shenanigans, who has built a lot of really cool stuff. I checked out his channel after he was here. And it was funny because I confused him for Stone Prophet, and then I looked in the Valcon group, and Shenanigans and Stone Prophet were talking to each other there. And I was like, I see. Definitely, verifiably not the same person. I don't know why I thought that, to be honest. It doesn't really make sense, because I think Stone Prophet would just use his Stone Prophet alias, because that's what he normally does. But sometimes I think people look similar, I guess. I don't know. So this is what we're doing at the moment. We're bracing each side so that we can use it later. And I'm going to jump around like a lunatic here a little bit. And we can see that this one already has a wall here. I mean, that's kind of nice. I think in this area, I might like break the pattern because it's already set up and there's no point in really like removing all of it just to be perfect. Instead, I'm going to sort of incorporate this into the into the building. Yes. Fire arrows are explosive in the swamp. This Droger's too strong, though. By the time I shoot him, it's going to destroy the stone nearby, so not really a viable option. I need to make some silver arrows, but I ran out of silver. You know? Doesn't seem to drop much from the sunken crypts, but it drops a lot from the burial chambers, which is completely accidental, but I like it. I'm definitely into it. So this side, we're going to say, basically, that it's pretty much done for now. That might cause us problems later, because these pieces won't have braces. But I'm just going to go look at the pieces that actually have room for a brace, right? And we're going to place them. And this is going to separate this area a little bit. And I actually want that. I want like a courtyard and like a round castle feeling on the exterior. So this is actually only 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not much at all. And then it branches out a lot over there. Whereas here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 6. 3 and 3. So this one's 6. And then that one, I think, is 7, right? 3. 3. Yeah. Okay, so those are 7. This one's 6. Where would the castle-esque part be? I guess I'm looking at exteriors, right? So this frame, realistically, like, is this, if I put it here? That obviously seems like it would cause a problem, right? So I'll have to do some maneuvering there. But it's either here or one forward. And it appears that it'll be better if it's, like, not in this exact spot, right? Because the conveyor is here. But I guess I can deal with that later. This is just a feed conveyor, so it doesn't really need to be where it is. I can move it around, and it'll be totally fine. So what we're looking for in that case is we want to correct this part too, because it needs to be 7 units. It's currently 3, 4, 5 units. So this actually would need to go out 2 more units. And at that point, I mean, that's quite extreme, isn't it? You know? But it does do the rotunda thing, and it will leave this area here as some kind of external area, right? So we'll also get some more space. We can probably reorient this somehow, but I know that it's going to be a lot easier once I frame it up. And to be honest, players tend to build more easily in other people's stuff. If you sort of set frames up and build them and make the walls and roof it, then like other people may like design it and change it and coordinate a little bit. And that seems to work pretty well sometimes. So that can be quite fun. And that's kind of what I'm doing here. This is going to be a demonstration of what's possible. And it's in a place that people will pass by as they explore down the path of magic. So for now, we can actually turn the conveyor off. Those things are probably fine for the moment. And we need to add more braces here because we did it basically on every second turn. But now we need to put some in every turn, right? You see what I'm doing here? I need this to clip in. So let's get the first ones placed because these are the ones that are kind of finicky. And we only need to do it in the areas that we're really extending. So I won't point them all the way around. We're basically going to do it there, that far. Let's verify that that frame is set up correctly because if any of these are out of whack or a little bit off or accidentally shift placed, then that's going to be a bad time. Here we can see it's good, so let's keep going. I'm now looking for just the same amount of stuff, and it is going to determine where that outer wall goes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is great because I spent a lot of time on that part, so I'm glad that it is actually within the interior here. And this part, for example, it could be that the wall actually starts here. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to break up the circular elements of the situation, but I'm going to do it in a way that keeps the functioning of the base itself in mind. So we're not going to be perfectly symmetrical. I'm going to go for like an asymmetry yet circular kind of thing. I don't really know what it's going to be, but I know I got plenty of resources to buy more wood and stone and all of that. And I'm going to enjoy just being able to because I've been setting this up for a while. I had to die a lot of times in sunken crypts. You have no idea off stream how many times I blew myself up with these exploding fire arrows. And it's like, dang, I hope that other people are better at not accidentally killing themselves with them. Because I definitely didn't do the best job in that situation. And here, I'm not going to be perfect about this spot. I don't think I actually need to worry about bracing it that much because I'm not trying to make a very tall structure. And when I notice areas that don't have the perfect amount of bracing, I can just sort of add it in. And we're just going to roll with it, to be honest. It's going to come together quite quickly once this part is placed because then the stone gets just looped in a lovely pattern that I find quite fun to fill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this needs one more. That one is good, right? Yeah, even though it goes over the conveyor, but that's probably okay, to be honest. And the reason we needed these extra ones here is because we're going to be placing stone on top of this. And I might even need to do like some extra things here, but I'm not going to worry about that until I encounter it. For now, we're just going to sort of place them into each other. And I'm going to hope for the best. Because, in theory, that's all we'll need. The next thing to consider, though, is the actual staircase itself. How am I going to get up into the structure? What's that process going to look like? I think, personally, I'm more of a fan of exterior staircases. Because staircases take up a lot of real estate, a lot of room. So I'm kind of envisioning I'm envisioning a staircase here. Maybe in this space, it can travel up above the conveyor and then wrap over using this extra space. And then the entrance to this area up there can be through these stairs. And meanwhile, the entrance to this stuff will be right here because this storage area is going to be moved around. For now, it's totally fine there. Hey, look at all this. It's so cool. I love this conveyor system. Now that I've gotten it working, it's like, and when I mean gotten it working, I mean like building it. You know, it's been quite fun, to be honest. I'm not going to always do conveyor swamp factory stuff. Don't worry. I know that the more interesting part of these streams are yet to come. That's why I figured, yeah, you know what? Maybe I should just get used to things in an area where I know it's going to be the least interesting because of the pure reality of the swamp. Bum, bum, bum. For now, though, what we're going to do is probably start buying some stone, I would say. Yeah, we have a good amount of money for now. I think we need 980 in order to access the stone. So I'm going to set that up. Alrighty. Here we are. I'm in the Discord and got the thing. We need the palm reading section. There we go. And stone for 450 stone is 970 coins. But if I remember right, there's an alternative as well. You can trade something else for stone, but I don't remember what it is. Excuse me. So we're just going to do the typical one. If I remember right, you can trade some metal for a bunch of stone, but it's probably like tin or bronze or something frustrating, you know what I mean? Let's see. 970 coins it is. So we're going to take our 970 coins and refresh our stone pile. We just have to buy it, and then boom, we get our 970 coins, which is 3 stacks inside of each other. That's why it only looked like there were 150. Or not 970 coins. We actually get 450 stone. Forgive my misspeaking. Here we are. And this area is really going to get Mr. Dverger. Mr. Dverger. These guys, you know, you can't not have a Dverger, but you can't have a Dverger either. You know what I mean? Now I gotta feed her because she took some damage. You have to be careful with the poisons. I swear they actually genuinely get messed up by them. And what did you break here? What was this? What got all busted? You definitely broke something big. Looks like it was probably a kiln, I would say. Well, you're lucky I'm rebuilding this wool. I'm just gonna interpret that as you were helping me. So we're gonna take this 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5, 6. This needs 1 more, which is perfect. And now, let's see. How do we want to handle the wool here? It's going to be a lot easier if we align these up and then just get them to clip into the ground until they're blue, right? Same thing here. And let's do the same thing on these spots as well. Making sure to tilt it. That'll just make it easier for my own sake. And now we can get a better sense of where this actual wool itself is going to be. For simplicity's sake, I'm just going to ignore this spot right here, and we're going to start this section here. But it's modular. So as we build it, it's really easy to like add or remove certain spots, right? We're going to go with just the classic crosshatch that I've been doing. I would do it with black marble if I was rich, but I'm not Valheim rich yet, so I'm just going to use stone. And this is the spot where we sort of have to figure out what we do. Because if we place things this way, then they're going to be on the interior of the frame. If we place things that way, they'll be on the exterior. So, what? Ah, yes, this is open. You got this, buddy. You got this. You can do it. Oh, wow. He one-shot that Verger. I really appreciate this Droger, or this Verger. Really, really appreciate them. There we go. So we will probably just get started with the classic pattern. All I have to do is line them up though, right? So how do we go about lining these up? That's the problem, because they aren't going to line up perfectly. And if you don't see what I mean, let's take just this as an example. These are squares, right? And if we keep going, what do we get? We get a little bit further out than this one. So we have to figure out a pattern and then do the same thing for each segment of the wall. Makes sense? And you can actually work around this if you know the concentric values, I think it's called. You can figure it out yourself, but I didn't do that this time. So I have to either make this work with a clipping pattern. And to make that, we're just gonna figure out, okay, that is what it looks like if it goes over there. Let's test it. What if it's one angle different, right? Like what if it's just here to here? How does that look? Then it looks like we get an inverse of the situation, right? And that is what I'm talking about. We have to figure out, okay, we're gonna do that, but how do we wanna clip it together? Because if we just do the same thing in all of the modules, then it'll actually make like a spiraling pattern. So the thing that is frustrating, if incorporated into the build as a pattern, should become interesting. We just have to understand how it's produced. In this case, we have 2 units out, and then we have 1 unit back from the next module. And we can repeat that pattern, except with stone. Now that I've determined that that's what I want to work with, let's try it here. We're gonna just use these basic stone pieces and do the same thing. I want to clip into this thing itself, right? So I'm gonna use the bottom click point here, or rather, which one is it? The top 2? This one, okay, bottom 1. And we want to clip into the actual unit here, not onto the stone floor, right? It looks like it's in the same place, so it's fine. So we're gonna go there, and then 2. And you see how we can keep that pattern of the upper one. And with that in mind, everything here is easier done in rotation. So now we've added this, we could try and finish this section, but then I would have to kind of rotate this around. You see what I'm saying? I have to then move it. What sometimes is easier for people is to actually just place things in a way where you don't have to switch things up and you go around in a circle. I find that to be a lot more enjoyable personally. So I often try and like get a frame placed, and then I can just keep going. And at first you can clip into everything and you don't have to worry about it as much because we're not really trying to make it perfect. We're just trying to get it set up, and we can remove those walls easily later on, especially because we'll have a stone wall on the exterior. It'll open up this a bunch, and we probably won't even need this center beam because these metal beams are just so awesome to build with. They make everything much, much simpler. So we're gonna keep that for now, and I won't do too much more around the ring because we want to establish the pattern here and practice it a little bit. We have our 3 modules that we fit in, and we've done one side of each, right? But now we can do it like this, and you can see it looks quite different now, doesn't it? Because it's sort of almost irrelevant that this post is here because there's this wall, and then there, you see how it starts to really form together. And as long as you remember where the axis points are, I don't know what they're called really, but as long as you remember where these bits that clip into each other are and where the points of symmetry are, that's probably a better word than axis, point of symmetry, that allows you to make these more kind of circular looking things. And it also tiers it, right? So we have it here, we have it here, we have it here, and now we can just keep in mind that there is this 2 meter, 2 meter, 2 meter. So we have a 6 meter side, right? And each of these becomes a side, even though in the frame, the corners look like they're right here. That turned out to be irrelevant when we kept going with the pattern. So let's figure out what the next layer in this pattern is going to be like. Because in each one, we're gonna go for an alternating brick pattern because I'm just a sucker for these alternating brick patterns. I can't get enough of them, like genuinely. And it looks like that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have our 2x1, or 2x1, I guess, yeah, and our 2x2 and our 2x4, right? Hello, Base Blair. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And it's perfectly fine you don't have any idea about Path of Magic. Most people don't. Path of Magic is a different, an altered Valheim server, or you could put it on any game world, really. It uses expand world prefabs to make the mechanics change, but in a way where anybody can log on to the server and play. So you can change your server, and it's like a building that's your own, but you have a lot more control over it. The main difference is clients, other people, don't need to download mods to try it. And it's really only been available in its current form for a couple months, maybe like 6 months, or if you go back even further, in a simpler form, than a year or so. So it's a pretty recent thing, and a lot of people don't know about it. And I've been making tutorials and trying to help bring more awareness to how awesome it is, because everything you didn't like about Valheim, you can just make your server play that way, and you don't need to like mod it a bunch. You just use expand world prefabs and write the scripts, and then you don't need to download mods. Your other people don't need to download stuff every time you do an update. Like, I could just update the server right now, and like there's other people on the server, and as long as it was a small update, they would be fine. They would just notice a disconnection icon for a couple seconds, and that's it. So like, it opens up the game world in a whole new way. And Path of Magic is a no map, no portals Valheim, let's say, experience with this in mind. And I'm also using it personally to test a lot of theories that I have about game development. I personally want to develop games. That's what I love. You know, I'm one of those millions of children who grew up throughout their childhood and maybe didn't have everything they need, but they were able to get what they needed through games, right? So in this situation, that's like what my life was like. But what are we seeing here? You see this? Is this a problem? You see how this is clipped in there and it's not here? Is that because I placed something wrong? Or is that because of the angle? You know what I'm saying? Hard to know. But with Valheim EWP, you can really make things your own. And I love Valheim. I don't think that you need mods to enjoy Valheim. And I can understand why people might want or not want to mod the game. That being said, there's certain things about Valheim that, if one can be arrogant for a moment, make it hard to play Valheim. So when we change things in general, it's with the intention, maybe it doesn't seem like it, of making the game more long-term interesting. And in my case, I have this belief, you don't have to agree with me. I don't think that people need to think the way that I do. But I have this notion that, oh, I'm doing it again. I got to do this, right? You open up the hammer, boom. And no, you hold shift, boom, this thing. This one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. People have this notion, basically, that... Okay, sorry. Let me gather my thoughts for a moment. I believe that Iron Gate has a notion in their game development of building Valheim like a board game. So I don't mean to discredit them in any way. I'm just saying that it's apparent through how Valheim works that it is not designed from the ground up to be a long-lasting server experience. You will absolutely struggle to keep a Valheim vanilla server alive for years, because the game itself, ow, you know, you're not allowed to say these things, I swear. Oh gosh. Because the game itself will actually work against you. And again, I don't, like I said, they designed it that way. I'm not saying that's a bad decision. I'm just saying that's just how it is. So the main thing I try and do with EWP is figure out how to make a world that's more long-term interesting. Because one of the big issues I see in myself and other people in Valheim is that we tend to over prepare for things that never end up happening. And we build, but then often end up losing interest in the areas that we're building in because nobody else is playing there anymore. So it's almost like we have this part of Valheim, you know, where we can get a taste of the experience, but then most of us just get shuffled off of it. And we're left with this sort of, this vague feeling of like, something's not right here, you know? And I believe that that's because of this archetype, this pillar of how Iron Gate has chosen to develop the game, where it really isn't meant to be that way. So you have to fundamentally change a lot of mechanics in order to make the game more interesting in the long run. So I'll cover a couple, because I don't want to just be criticizing or anything, that are part of the base mentality of Path of Magic. One of the obvious ones is something a lot of others do as well, and that's just re-rolling the dungeons. So on Path of Magic, the dungeons respawn twice a week, and you can also pay 999 coins to respawn the dungeon yourself. So if you build, like if I were to go out here, and I were to take these coins and place them right now, it would respawn this entire dungeon. I'm not rich enough to do that, so I'm not going to, because that will screw me over later on in the video when we run out of stone and I don't have the money to buy it anymore. But that's the point. You can do that, you can get money from the dungeons, right? I know that seems like a little thing, but in normal Valheim, they have a gameplay loop of encouraging exploration by forcing you to leave areas because they have become depleted. So in Path of Magic, I try and take a different approach, where the world itself is incredibly dangerous. It's no map, no portal, so it's harder to get around. You have to be more careful, but you have a lot more tools, weaponry, explosiveness, and all sorts of other things at your disposal to help deal with the harsh reality of the world. So it's very much not like a try-hard thing. This isn't harder than a hard difficulty server or something. Those servers are actually harder and more punishing. I don't believe in punishing the player for death. I don't think that that's something that causes good things for people, personally. So another aspect of this replayability in the long run is that instead of dying taking away, you, as developers, and basically the moment you start EWP scripting a server, you're developing, you're game deving that server. You're making that server a variant of Valheim. It's no longer the same, right? So the moment you start doing that, you have to understand that like things that happen are sort of your responsibility, because you have the authority to change the files on the server and change them. So when you see players doing something or like having to deal with that kind of situation, then it's not really an issue, right? So what ends up happening in a lot of cases is the world loses its incentive that it taught the Valheimer to play with. So I'll take a second to explain that better. But pretty much, these mechanisms of boss progression and other things are temporary. So inevitably, the player realizes that there's no more left. The unfortunate thing is that by this point in the game, base Valheim has not taught the players how to build. It's made the players build in certain situations for a rested bonus or, you know, just to be able to have a spawn spot. But there's few mechanics or times in the game where, you know, you need to build something to get through a boss fight, etc., etc. So that's sort of another hallmark of what we try and do, or what the mentality I have with Path of Magic. It's like, keep in mind all of this stuff and figure out how to make it so that the server can last a long time in a way that the players feel that their buildings actually matter. And the key to the buildings mattering is the world being dangerous. Do you see what I'm getting at here? I don't know if you've had this experience as a Valheimer in any way, but many of Valheimer makes a building, and unfortunately, the building then never gets used. And how epic does your wall have to look for it to feel epic when nobody's ever attacking it? And to be honest, that's sort of the issue. For things to really feel meaningful, they need to not just look good, but actually get used by other players. And the builders have to be able to witness it get used by other players. You see? That's the thing the builders love. They love being able to build in a world and then log in and see that there's new beds in their inn. And maybe, you know, I don't know, some little part of it got a little bit damaged or something. But for the most part, there were people using it, right? I don't know about you, but I've observed that to be one of the most innocently joyful experiences I've seen in other players that is recurring. And it's one of the main draws of the server itself. You know, it's a place that you can build things. And the path of magic is so dangerous and so unpredictable that people are going to need to use your checkpoints and places, even if they're just trying to, you know, survive on the server or just explore. There are people who join with, like, you know, crazy weapons and other things, and they still often end up getting into situations where they die. You know, like, you want that in your world if you want your world to be long-term accessible. That being said, I don't like corpse runs or anything like that. I'm not trying to promote that. So I find that punishing death is a very silly thing because death in itself in Valheim is already pretty punished. Taking away the inventory and leaving it in a tombstone, I think, is a wonderful mechanic. And that's it. That's enough. That's enough punishment. You don't need to add like 18 layers of complexity to it. I mean, I want to speak, you know, I've added like, what, 3,500 layers of complexity at this point to this world, but don't worry about that. I was more pointing out that we don't have to punish players so much, and I don't believe in that. I believe in making death fun. So you should be able to die in ways that shock you and surprise you, not in ways that artificially punish you and hurt you and make you feel like you lost something permanently. Like, that's really not, I don't think that's good for people or players, you know? But that being said, that's the mentality of Path of Magic. I won't keep babbling about that, you know? I know I have controversial views about these things, and in many cases, it's better for me to just design and make the world available and not really talk about too much of the details, because oftentimes when I share why I think something is important, other people think it's totally crazy and it breaks tradition and like I'm an idiot. And like that's usually the response I get. It's like, why would you do that? Why would that work? You know what I mean? I think it's because I tend to try and do something by doing something else. So like if I want players to do action A, I'm not going to be like, okay, players, here's the rule. You have to do action A. I'm going to be like, okay, what can I change that makes the player accidentally do action A? That's the mentality. But people don't seem to respond well to that when you tell them about it. But then when you actually use it to make things, they seem to like it a lot. So I don't know. I'm starting to understand a little bit when game devs talk about players not necessarily needing, like, knowing exactly what they want, you know? And I don't think that's true. It's not that they don't know what they want. It's more that players can be a bit impulsive. And they can have an experience, and then they can, like, sort of say it's because of a game mechanic. But oftentimes, players have stressful lives, and there's hard stuff going on. Or there's something they have to deal with, and they're just in a bad mood. And, you know, you would be too if you were them. So I try and keep that in mind, and I find that that just makes it easier to predict people's behavior and also be more understanding when things happen. And players are like that as well, you know? They're just gonna complain about stuff sometimes, and it's not always relevant, and oftentimes the way they complain about things is not necessarily useful. I don't feel that way about the playtesters on Path of Magic. I find them to be very, very constructive and a huge part of why I'm able to do what I do. Like all these people who are playing on the server right now, let's see, Ford, Calm, Pan. These are awesome, awesome individuals. So when I say that like people are constructive, I'm not talking about the people I've interacted with. I'm more talking about like comments online in general. They just tend to not be that useful, and so you can see how game developers like sometimes have a hard time dealing with that reality, right? And like as we've been chatting, you can see, look at this, things start to come together. And it all starts with that little framework, you know? And now we can see, looking pretty nifty. Each of these modules has a center, which is not something I expected. It clips a bit on the left, but on the external, it looks like the center. And that honestly is pretty cool. I dig it. I dig it. So now that we've done this part, what we have to figure out is pretty much, let's see. We have to figure out the next floor because we may not have spaced these things out far enough from each other. I'm going to go with a stone floor because, I don't know, I've been hanging out with Verger a lot and I have a feeling a wooden floor won't do it. So what we have to figure out now is placement of these on top. And we're going to then have to keep that pattern going for the rest of this floor. You see what I'm saying? So in this situation, it looks like we should continue the pattern from earlier. If you remember, it was actually like this. We had one that way on one side like this, and then one there. So we should just be able to recreate this pattern without much problem. Let's make sure everything lines up, because if I mess up this part, that's going to be an issue. Looks pretty good. Also, I noticed that feather drop. Awesome, awesome. And now what we're going to do is just do these two sections. This one, and then this next one here. And then we're going to tile them all the way back to the beginning. Got to make sure I keep that pattern in check, though. So, 1, and then 2, and then our third one right here. And now instead of continuing, we're going to extend them to the center. I'm going to go with one centerpiece that goes all the way, just because we can build this. And you see now how easy it is to place this stone? That is why I love building with ironwood beams. It's just so much easier than building with other things. Like, genuinely easier. I really, really appreciate that. And it makes it easier to get into the flow of the building. So we're going to do the same thing down here. And we'll get a better sense of the pattern at this point, I'd say, if we also apply it to this section over here. So let's get away with that. We're going to do that. There we go. And now we're just going to keep going. And as long as you place things properly, then the stone will almost always be okay as long as it's placed into one of these wood iron beams, because they count as metal, so they have a load of good stuff. But for now, you can see the beginning of our floor pattern, and we'll start to encounter issues here, right? So let's take a moment to look back and think about what's going on. We'll modify this as it progresses. There's a gate we'll make bigger, but for now this is just serviceable. I'd say it functions well, and it'll probably help keep Mr. Verger in a more palatable distance. Where'd they go? Are they gone already? I don't know where she is. Hey, is that her? Oh gosh, that's incriminating. I think I know where the Diverger went. You see what I mean? They are troublesome little devils, aren't they? And now, oh, well, now I gotta go rescue the Diverger. Okay, let's figure out where she went, or if she's dead. You know, the Diverger is they're very, very important. Highly encourage one to not lose the Diverger. In this case, I'm going to be smart, and we're just going to get arrested bonus after I fear these ones away. Just gonna sit here for a moment. I'm glad this place finally has a wall. I've been living in this base for a while now, and I haven't even made like a workbench area. I've just been like getting the conveyor working and everything and getting ganked by swamp creatures because I forgot to ring the builder's bell. Absolute tragedy. We're just gonna wait till I have a really basic rested bonus here, and our goal is to actually see if we can find our foreman. She seems to have ran off somewhere. And we'll know if we find a bunch of random nonsense on the floor. This is very incriminating. Like, it definitely looks like, you know, she shot something over here and then ran off into the swamp. Honestly, she's probably dead. That's usually what happens. They may be strong, but the Diverger can't, like, really stand up against a bunch of monsters, especially when one of them gets a crit in. I don't think these guys are, I don't see a Diverger over there, so I'm just gonna accept that she broke out. They're so powerful sometimes. So, oh, what's this? There's all this too. Yeah, I can see how I have to get rid of these gaps. I'll deal with that later, though. For now, I think it's fine. We're just gonna accept our fate and focus on our actual wall situation here. Oh, hey, where is she? Oh, she's over there. Ah, I see. What are you doing? Okay, how do I get stamina food to her? Oh, no, oh, no. No, she's gonna get killed. Okay, okay. I got this, I got this, I got this, I got this, I got this. Did it work? No, it didn't work. I wasn't close enough. It's okay if I die. Oh, yes, I saved her. Oh no, but now she's wounded again? Oh gosh. It didn't work. I was too late. No. Oh, tragic. That's even worse. I thought that she was fine. All right. Well, that is not even worth rescuing. I'm just gonna let them all go. Curses, curses. Okay. We have our little entrance here. So let's keep going on our floor. But before we do that, we need to do our little staircase. The Diriger did us a favor before she busted out of town. Now we have some more space to go up here. So I think the staircase can probably start right there. And that's just our temporary service entrance. A more grand entrance, I'd say, will probably be in this unit right here. I think that's what we're going to end up doing. So the stairs will sort of run up along things, and they can, let's say, start right there. So let's get to it. And at first I'm going to build with wood because it's easier to place and I don't have to worry about the bottom part. And I'm just going to try and get a design in the staircase that I like. And I'm using a spiraling thing, right? So I have to figure out, like, you know, there's this clipping thing here. So players actually lose out on a huge portion of the staircase when they're going up. So how do I want to manage that? You know what I'm saying? Because I could basically make it so instead of this, it actually starts one unit over. You see what I'm getting at? Because then that whole dead region won't even be visible to the player. At least that's my theory. We'll see how it works out when we start placing things. So if we go like this, now there's a little bit of a dead zone here, but it's definitely, it looks like the stone is the dead zone. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's a bit more visually acceptable, because the issue is more that, like, when a player goes to use something, they think they can go in an area and then they can't. It's nice when it's just smooth. You know what I'm saying? And now, because of this offset, I think we've figured out how we're going to get up into the second floor. Now, I'll probably make some kind of spiral staircase and like a hole to fall through for now in the interior part. But for now, I'm going to stick with exterior staircases. I like the kind of grandness it affords you because we can make this second floor look much more like circular than the rest of it. So in this case, I have to decide here, what do I want to do with this pattern? Do I want to turn now and then bring it level? You see what I'm saying? That probably is ultimately what we're going to go with. And what would it be like if this wasn't here? Well, it might work if we do some more placement. So let's see, how should I handle this? I think I'm going to do it this way. So we'll place that. And then to make this look a little bit more the same, we'll just do it that way. See what I mean? So this way you don't really notice as much as it breaking the pattern and having that piece. At least maybe that's just in my head. And then this can just roll on up into the rest of this. So I think at this point we have accommodated our staircase, and we've done it in a way where maybe we could get away. Maybe what I could do is angle that a little bit, make that on that side. We could have two of them, or I could just go with the asymmetry. And I think probably I'll just go with the asymmetry, you know, wrap it around that way. So this is easy to use. Yeah, that's pretty easy. I don't need to do anything crazy. And if you saw it, this is very simple. You just get one extra snap point, basically. So you take any 1 meter beam and then just place it away from the wall at the base. And then you clip the stairs. Well, you don't even clip it. You just place it, right? And then you use the snap points, and you make sure that the stairs are connected at each one of these angles. And that's kind of useful, because otherwise you end up with stairs that when you turn them, they're just inconvenient for the player. It just looks clunky. It's a clunky experience, you know? So here we are at our, let's say, quarter of the project. And what do we want to do now? How do we want our pattern to look? In this case, it looks like we have these T-shapes, right? Obviously, I've ruined the T-shape in that case for that piece, so we won't worry about that too much. But we have a T here, and I got some tea I'm going to sip on one moment. There we go. Now, how do we want to do our spiraling? Let's get it down in this section here, because the way that we fill this pattern is going to change what the floor pattern itself looks like. And I think what I'm going to do is only place blocks in areas where mostly a full block can go in. And then I'm going to do something here. I don't know what, but maybe like clip in some nice looking like wood or something. I don't know how I'll handle those gaps, but for now we're just going to leave them. And we're going to incorporate them in, right? So basically we fill to the right, and that's how we would keep the pattern going throughout the rest of it. Just like this. I'm actually surprised this one places. Because this one places, yeah, I would say that this floor is probably fine. I don't think we're going to need much more in order to make this a sturdy situation. We should be able to case the whole thing, and then maybe even get away with getting rid of this central beam. I don't know if we're going to be that lucky, but I'm probably going to try anyway. So let's see what we do to get it to the center, right? Because in this case, we have our stairs up. We'll have to figure out something, though, for the center. So we might have some kind of spiraling staircase there in the future. But for now, we'll probably just keep the second and the first floor separated, and this will function as a roof. Teen says use Grouston steps. That's a good idea for these ones. I think that's a great idea, especially because now I could actually, because they're clipped into the wall, so they'll probably work, right? Because I used the wooden ones just to get the placeholder down. Let's see, how's our Grouston supply doing? Well, got a couple. Well, we got a little bit of Grouston here. Let's see, so basically we get our 1 meter snap point somehow. Where is it? Here we go. Boom, and then we get our Grouston. And then we just do the same thing, but in theory, the Grouston will stay because we are clipping it into the structure, right? Oh, almost enough to go all the way. That definitely works, though. I like it. I like the dark look. We'll probably incorporate something onto the edges, because for now this is just like a framework, right? We can figure out what to do with it later. Grouse looks nice though. It almost looks like, for some reason to me, it almost has like a purple color. I guess that's just the lighting though. All right, let's get back up here. And now I'm going to try and fill out this whole floor. I think we've done enough that it's time to get to that part of the process. And here, it's going to actually be like a wedge that's going to open up below this. So we'll keep the pattern going, and it'll end, I guess, at this unit here. So the floor will like kind of wrap around. We'll figure that out. We're going to go with this as the main silhouette, this pattern. So we need to keep that going. For now, let's go around and add the rest of these, because it looks like there might be a couple places that don't have quite enough of them, right? That looks solid. There, we're missing one. Uh-oh, whoa, no. This is why I should have built a floor. There we go. That's looking good, looking good. And then we need to fill out this part as well, because now we're ready. I'm pretty confident that this is going to work. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess we need one more, right? Now, am I doing that right? I need to make sure I don't, like, misplace these, because it could be that this one, does it just have 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that one's fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 8. Okay, I miscounted it. I missed that first one. So that one's actually fine as well. And it looks like just that one over there is really short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going for 7. Why? Yeah. It's just the number it ended up being. And this is where we're going to have to do some interesting incorporation. Because, as you can see, these smelters are going to get blocked by the floor itself. So let's move things around a little bit here. I'm going to go grab some health. I can probably just get my body if I just ring this bell again. There we go. The poor Verger. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. Alright, well, I also tossed the food. What's funny is she got the food, and she healed, but then, like, something happened. I don't know what happened there, but it's like she then unhealed, and, like, loaded this damage she was in before. Oh, no, I think I know. Yeah, maybe when she got healed, she, like, didn't know what was happening anymore, and then got a critical attack or something, because sometimes that happens. And that'd do it. I mean, that'd definitely do her in. Alright, let's make sure. I think I'm going to need to buy more of something, but for now, we're just going to go until I run out. Let's make sure we can finish the entire pattern, wrap all the way around. We'll get to that point there. Now, what will we want to do here? I think this will function better, in all honesty, if we keep this open. And actually integrate this part into the visual of this floor. Because this is a lot of space to use here. So I'm pretty sure it's enough for a place like this. And I want like it to show off the conveyors and integrate the conveyors into the build. So what I'm going to do is this is going to be the final beam. So we're going to fill all of these existing beams except this one and this one. Make sense? And in order to do that, I'm going to need more stone. So we can simply floor trade the stone by grabbing a pile of coins. And then, what was it? 970? Was that it? 970, I think? Yes, 970. Let's try it. And then we say bye. And then, boom, there's our stone supply. Let's build a little chest real quick and just put all this stuff in it. Because the craft from container situation relies on stuff being in containers, not loose items on the ground. So there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Good stuff. What we're going to do now is just fill the pattern. And this is a really satisfying spot, to be honest. this is really a good time in the part of the build. I don't know about other people, but once you get like a frame in, there's something just inherently satisfying about continuing that pattern. I don't know if I'm just crazy or what that's about, but I swear it's totally real. And here we actually see that we will need to make a brace here, because otherwise we're going to have some problems later on. So let's do that now. That piece is solid. Okay, cool. And let's look for that same situation elsewhere, because probably we are going to encounter it in many places. So before this gets too complicated, let's just brace it up, and it should be fine as long as the pieces look green. There we go. We just find the end piece, rotated it properly. And for now, I don't really need these things to be like aligned perfectly, so we're just going to get rid of that other wool. The important part is having these braces in place. Make sense? There, I think it's okay as long as this... Whoa, 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 whoa. Not okay. Not okay. I think it'll be alright here as long as we take this one. And what we're going to do is go for... Let's see. We can go just down like this. Now that that Droger is leaving us alone. That should be fine. We might have to do some adjusting of some of these conveyors. And just for my own sake, later I'm going to patch this up here. Because it doesn't really need to be so open for the moment. And I'm going to use one of the boring pieces. There we go. Alright. Back up here and let's get the flooring in. I think that was the last little kind of tidbit thing. I can see I placed that really badly, so let's fix that situation. Here we are. And now we can just fill this floor up. And it'll be way cooler. Let's finish this part first. And then I can just sort of fill it in, right? Wait. Am I doing that right? I don't think so. Oh, wait, no. Ah, okay, so it actually goes 3. That piece is the centerpiece. I see what I'm messing up. Yeah, I see. So in the pattern that we're using, it's actually like that. And then that's the center, not this one. And I know that seems silly, but it actually is important. Otherwise, I'm going to trip myself out. So with that in mind, I think I'm actually going to go around and fill all of them to this point. You can see that it's easy to get confused too. Because depending on the placement, right? Like it looks like this is out of place, right? But then when you place it, you see what it actually goes into. And Shenanigans pointed out actually that you can hold control and you'll see what it'll look like when you actually build it. Very, very useful. I like that a lot. So here we're going to just keep going, and we want to fill out the top parts all the way around. And then we're going to go do a ring, making the T's take their form, right? So let's do that here. We have one, and then our other one, but we're skipping out on that for now, just for the sake of these stairs. And then it would go out one from here, right? So let's set that up there. Boom. There we go. In this case, these bottom snap points are a little bit tricky. So I think what I'll do is maybe go forward one. This might make it easier to place them. Yeah, that's more what I was expecting. So that probably means this piece isn't fully braced, right? I think it's not really going to matter for now. So I'm going to assume I can get away with adopting the strategy and doing it this way. So we're basically going to just do the end piece on each side. Just like that, right? And I probably can just jump from each one this way. The thing I was trying to do is make it so I didn't have to... Ooh, is that snapped? That doesn't look very snapped to me, but maybe it is. Let's get rid of it and see. Ah, yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to find like a more procedural way to do it, but as you can see, I'm failing miserably. Oh my gosh. Leech, yeah, this is, yeah, you got me. You win, Mr. Leech. Congratulations. all the tools at my disposal, and I still didn't manage to survive. Like, that was one opportunistic leech. He was waiting for me. He's like, oh, I see a builder building above the water line. Gonna wait because they're gonna fall one day. And then I'm going to eat them. That's what he did. Wrecked. All right. Hey, I can already feel it though. Look at this. We got this. All right, Mr. Leech. How did that happen? What is this? What are you doing here? A wolf? What's multiple wolves? What? How? Oh gosh. I'm just gonna leave them be for now. A smart Viking might try and tame them, but I know from personal experience I can barely keep Diverger alive, let alone a wolf. Wolves don't even have ranged attacks. All right, let's see. Back up outside. And let's file up this floor. We got our frame here started. Had to break the pattern a little bit because not all of these things have the same, let's say, stability, because some of them relying on a smelter for support, which is not ideal. But for now, I think it's probably going to be okay, to be honest. It's probably going to be fine. So let's just place things out as we need them. And this, is that a right? Why do I feel like it needs one more? Am I misleading myself? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's fine. All right, here we go. Ah, I see. It was just because this wall extended and it was from an earlier situation. It made me think that I actually needed that now, but I don't. All right, this is really coming together. Hey, nice. I'm digging it. Okay. Once we have this outer edge placed, now we can just run down and make the T shape. Makes sense? And we're just going to do it this way. And that's probably fine. So I'll just keep going around the whole thing here. And then I'm going to have to make accommodations for the smelters. So some of this will probably be converted to iron cages because of the proximity to the crypt and that. There is an abundance of iron available. So for now, here we go. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. How you can just move forward. I can just chat. And it doesn't take a whole lot of focus to keep the pattern going. And I think from what I've learned about the mind, or my mind, I'm assuming your mind, changing tasks and figuring them out takes up a lot more effort than continuing a task that you're already doing. So in general, it's good to not change tasks unless you need to, if you're going to be doing something multiple times. So in the case of building, let's say that you need to switch to a different build piece. This is sort of like changing a task, so it can sort of mess up flow. It really depends on how you do it. I haven't learned to do the magic one, right? Boom. You know what I'm saying? You just do this. Boom, boom, boom. Now it's this. Boom, now it's this. Like that's some magic. I need to learn to appreciate that. And that's, I guess, all of those like more advanced building things. I actually didn't build a whole lot in most of my Valheim playthroughs. It wasn't until I started working on the server, and there were situations where like you have to build something because people need like a place or something, you know? And then I got more into building after that. But on my personal world, I would make builds, and I started to find it quite fun. And that was sort of what brought me back in, but I didn't realize that was happening. So for me, Valheim's very much like, people call it a survival game, but for me, it's like Dark Souls base builder. I don't know, is that survival? What is survival? I don't even know, to be honest. Valheim feels more like a building game than a survival game to me, but I don't know. Is it survival because there's food? Is that what makes it survival? I honestly don't know what a survival game is, but I love Valheim. So I guess it doesn't matter if people say it's a survival game because I like it, and I don't even know what a survival game really means. In this case, I'm kind of liking that center thing. You know what I'm saying? but we're probably going to have to cover it up. And now we have to start making decisions on how to fill this pattern, right? I'm definitely going to default to filling this wool part here. So let's start with the outside part. This is going to be the edge, right? And that's our first limit, so to speak, of this floor. So let's just go all the way in on this edge here. And this is going to take us right up to the center. And that'll form the external wall. And then here, we're going to do the same thing. And it's going to be on the other side, I think, right? Because these are floating by one. Is that right? Oh, no. This is actually clipped in. How did that work? Ah, I see. So this T was actually supposed to be right here. Haha. All right. Whatever. That's fine. We're just going to keep it going down here. Ah, I see. It's because it's the other end of it. And so I'm getting confused. That's all right. I get confused often. And there we go. We have our externals. We have the outer edge, but it's not complete. So let's see how we should go about filling this up. We can use the same pattern as before. So let's just start here. It looks like we orient it this way, and that gives us that external sort of spiraling pattern, I call it. Even though I don't know if it's actually spiraling. Probably not. But that's all right. And we get that by taking the beam in the center, right? And that goes, and then we have one to the right, two to the left. So we're adding an extra block on that side. So I need it to be like this. There we go. Perfect. So here's our main block, right? And we're going one to the right, which would be there, but it's covered. Two to the left, one, two. So this one's good. Here, let's just keep going, just like this. And I think that'll cover us. And I am going to make room for the smelters, because I want this to be like a genuinely useful place. And the smelters need to actually work. So we're going to convert these into like smoke holes later on. But for now, we have an entire floor. And this is the point where the life underneath the floor starts looking much better. Because we're actually out of the rain, sort of. Still not completely there yet, but we have our base here. This thing, this was just so that I can have a fire source in the rain. This can be moved away. And then we're going to have this area here. And this, I think, is going to have basically a grouston roof. Not grouston roof, sorry. A tarwood shingle roof. And we're going to find the center point and just make one big beam that goes all the way up. And then use that to frame our roof. So let's get rid of this for now because it's actually getting in the way of me figuring out where the center point is. That moment when you delete, but you deleted some random thing off in the distance. Hope it's not structural integrity. Alright, so this is going to get like a little umbrella thing. I just need to figure out where's the center of this sort of space. You see what I'm saying? Where can I like spin? And it's pretty centralized. I think that's sort of good, to be honest. This area. Let's put it right here. See how that looks from far away. Lines up with that. I guess we'll have to place it, but it seems reasonable, to be honest. This is going to be the peak of our roof. So, I'd say that's all right. And it's not going to be a full roof. We're actually going to like sort of just make a frame for a roof that'll make sense later on. But for now, we're going to make it work this way. There we go. Now I should just get up there somehow. Gonna do a silly thing and just keep a temporary little wooden stairs here. Hopefully I don't fall off of them with 41 health. Famous last words. Here we go. Okay. So this, let's imagine that this someday becomes a top floor, right? This would need to be a bit higher than that. So let's see where the top point would be. One, maybe there. I would use the less steep roof in this situation. So let's use just a basic wooden placeholder for now. And we're going to figure out, is this an ideal spot? That does cover that area. I'd say it's probably solid. Now, do we want it to be like a square roof pattern? I think so, for my own simplicity's sake. And for now, it's going to be very simple. It's going to be 4 down like this. And we're just going to use these wood iron beams. And hopefully I still have enough. I think I do, to be honest. I think I do. Now, where do we want our square to be, though? Probably it should line up. The roof corner, I'd say, should line up with this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Or be offset. I think it would look more appropriate in the long run if it's almost like a diagonal. So the roof corner thing is like there. But we'll see. I'm just going to set it up that way and hope for the best. So what do we want to do? We want to line this up here. I guess if I'm really smart, I should make sure that this system of snap points is lined up with that one. And I think because the floor pattern matches, that it is. That's on a snap point there. I'm just making sure they're not connected to something that is going to cause problems later. You know what I'm saying? So here, we're going to move around. And we need to find the corner piece. And let's point it at this thing. I don't know how that's going to work because there's more visual weight over there. You know what I mean? So it's almost like we should point it here. But I don't know. I guess I'll go with this. Is that going to work? We'll see. I'm just going to roll with it. Oh, can I get it? Oh, I'm just a tiny bit too far. All right, all right. All I need is one little staircase. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. So now, what was it, like that? Yeah, I wanted it offset a little bit. I'm just going to go with it. So here is our roof piece, and we're going with 4 of these frame pieces. And now, because we're making a square roof, we're going to do the same thing, like this, except in all the other axes. So I guess in this case, I should get into a vantage spot so I can get up there more easily. And this will allow me to place each piece properly, yeah? And it's so hard to tell from the perspective. I'm definitely getting something wrong here, but I think I see this one is off by a bit. There we go. Did that work? Let's see. We have a not working situation there. It looks like this one's also off. You can see how oh no, is this one right? No, it's off by 1. Okay, I see. So here we are. Can we jump up there? The whole thing looks like needs to be shifted. Yeah, just by 1 unit. Okay, I get it. I can make that work. All right, this way? No, that way. It seems so close to that one, though, but whatever. Ah, it's because it is. Okay, I see. It's that. There we go. Okay, I get it. And now there. And then here. We'll need to just place that next piece. And it actually looks like I've almost used up all of that iron from earlier. That was so much of it. An absolute metric iron ton, I'd say. Let's put this away for a bit. And I guess that means I need to turn the conveyor back on, but there's no foreman. So I suppose it's time to summon a foreman, unfortunately. Need to take some of the coins again. Do I even have enough? No, I gotta sell something. Let's see, what kind of stuff can we sell here? Hey, I got withered bones, some nonsense. Let's go outside. Yes, Jeremiah, you are absolutely right. Iron does go by really fast. Luckily, I don't need all of the iron that I have over there, and a bunch of stuff here. So I might be able to get away with dealing with it. We'll see, though. Alright, how much of this can I grab? There we go. Oh, I guess I can sell these two. Nope, too heavy. Alright. I really need to get that belt. Look at this just crew. They're waiting for the diverger to break through the wall, and then they're gonna really mess that diverger up. Oh, they're so persistent. I feel safer in this little wall thing, though. Yeah, now I'm gonna have to deal with the reality that none of these are gonna work. I guess this is a good way to test it, though. So let's find our diverger buddy who is still alive over there. And we're just gonna toss our sellables. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good oh, no, 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 no. Good stuff, good stuff. And now we'll be able to get some more stone. But it won't fix the iron situation, so I don't know how to deal with that, but we're just gonna roll with it. All I need to do is build our little place here. And I think, because this time, the diverger is gonna stay here, and the walls will hopefully block most of his line of sight, that it's gonna be okay. But we'll see. So this diverger needs to be summoned next to a kiln in order to become a conveyor foreman. So we place our coins and we do say trader, and then boom, look at that. We have a conveyor foreman who's already got the attention of some monsters. So I don't like the sound of that at all, so I'm just gonna go builder's bell that situation. And now let's see what happens with these smelters if we turn the conveyor on. There's items, I'm assuming, from earlier that were dropped off, these iron bars that are in the conveyor system, right? And they should just come out of this area, just like that. So we do have a little bit more iron. Let's see if there's any more. It looks like by loading up on the coal, we might be alright. I'm definitely going to run out of coal at some point, but it's funny. Whenever one has a lot of coal, one's almost always like, oh, I'm never going to have any coal problems again. But then you run out of coal because you're smelting some metal. I am genuinely wondering, though, like, how are these things going to handle the fact that they can't output smoke? Like, they turn off, so, like, what, is this just going to work? I don't think so. I think they're going to stop working. Whoa, wait. They put this, what? That work, what? Whoa, wait, does the smoke just get generated above them? I mean, if that's what's going to happen, I mean, interesting. I didn't expect that. I thought I would have to make some silly elaborate system. But it looks like most of them, not all of them, but most of them actually are somehow able to output smoke. Which is quite interesting. I wasn't expecting that at all. So, very, very interesting. Alright. Let's see, what do we have here? Ah, yes, we had all that iron from before, right? Yeah, it was in this spot over here. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why it thought I didn't have any iron. It must not have seen this chest. Awesome, good stuff. Yeah, we're not actually out of iron, but maybe I was too far away from the chest. I was gonna say, it was loads of iron, like, I had like 900 or something. It was crazy. I did a bunch of those crypts, and I died a lot. But now look at this, I even have a spot where I have shelter. Ah, I don't have to sit in a tiny little chair. Isn't that lovely? I think it's lovely. Absolutely lovely. Oh, and we'll also be able to light this place up. Ah, it's gonna be great. Alright. Now, I should probably grab one of my bodies before I die, but I'm just gonna roll with it here. I think we can fill this up all the way now. I just needed to make sure we had a little bit of money for stone. And what's this pattern? Have we broken any pattern in a bad way here, or does this look good? I'd say that one looks good. Let's roll down this external part here. I don't know how I feel about these little things. Obviously, do we really need them? I don't think so. Gone, are they? Okay. Now we have this sort of thing, and this isn't part of the pattern. Let's actually look at this piece here. We have our T here, and then it fills up a little bit. So there we have that, and then boom. So I guess what I'm looking for now is how do I want to deal with the gaps? Because really, it either has to be stone or like roof pieces. So I do have a little bit of black marble. You accumulate black marble because sometimes on Path of Magic you get these things called builder's boxes. And each builder's box has like 200 of a building material. And sometimes you can find black marble builder's boxes, all sorts of stuff. Jeremiah Hunter said, I did 4 crypts to get a level 3 at gear, or however it's spelled. Yeah, the at gear. I don't know how to pronounce that either, to be honest. I don't know how to, well, no, I think I know how to spell it, but not how to say it, which is probably even worse because people really only care if you say things wrong these days. Do you like the at gear? I find that people tend to really enjoy that weapon when they like it, and they're often sad that there isn't an at gear in the Ashlands. But I've heard that the Deep North is going to have a really good at gear. I think one of the devs said that in an interview recently. Not recently, actually. It was an old interview. I don't know what I'm saying. Let's fill this up before my brain boggles out on me. Let's just keep this pattern going, I guess. Except now we're going to alternate. So before it was just this external part going out. Now we're going to do 1, and then none, and then 1, and then none. See? Let's set that up. And I now remember I was working on that thing, and then it just frazzled me out. I got too frazzled with it, so I went back to this. I'll get back to that when I'm confident and brave again. I'll need a moment. Let's see. This should just be able to. Ah, I see. Does that mean I broke the pattern? No. I didn't break the pattern. I get it. It's actually this piece. Oh wait, how does this work? Ah, yes, it goes to the right. I see. So it is this piece. Ah. All right, and then this just gets 1. Yeah, there we go. Ah, Jeremiah says, the at gear doesn't seem to do as much damage, but the middle click keeps me alive longer. And I think that's why people like at gears, because it has that middle attack, right? And then it, like, knocks enemies back. So you can use it to stop a group of like goblins, for example, from landing their melee hits on you, which is obviously ideal. I think the at gears look really cool, definitely. Why does something feel off? Ah, I know. It's funny how you can get that sensation, right? Like this, it's quite a mosaic. Obviously, there's some offness there from where the stairs are going to be. But then, just looking at that, like, something's wrong. And, like, you can tell, boop, there we go. That was the thing that was wrong there. Whereas here, yeah, I see. It's just the reality that the next piece of that would go that way, right? So here we have 2, and then 1, and then 2, and then 1, and then 2, and then 1. But these pieces aren't here because they're going to be taken up by that sort of gap there. Pan says that he played a lot with the at gear, but it became boring because it solves all crowd control issues. Hey, I feel you there. I wonder if that's is that did you also play with the at gear on Path of Magic? Because it does help a lot with crowd control. But honestly the only thing I feel like is like problematic with the weapons really is the way the sledges work. Because you can just take a sledge into a dungeon, and if you know what you're doing, like, you can just destroy the whole dungeon and not put yourself in danger, specifically with the sunken crypts. So, personally, like, I don't know. I feel like the sledges should destroy iron, because then you couldn't use the iron as your shield, because your attacks would hurt the iron, right? So it would clear it up and clear the way for the monsters. And personally, I find sunken crypts to be more fun when you can use explosives of some kind to clear those areas out. I just think it works quite well that way. Because you get this sort of thrilling effect where you didn't realize there were like 5 or 6 monsters in that room that you just cleared. but then you clear it and you're like, oh, dang, and you end up dying. Not like I did that like 20 times in a row recently off stream or anything. No, definitely not. Definitely. Ah, Pan says he did that on Palm, but before empowering. Yeah. You know, I haven't even shown them empowering in the live stream yet. I haven't been ready to grasp it myself, but I've been thinking when I get done with this dreary swamp factory, I'll probably take a bunch of iron back to that Black Forest area, because this area is sort of too far away for people to feel like they can like join the server and come find me. Whereas if I'm in the Black Forest, it's a different situation. But I needed to set up this like really reliable source of iron, and one of the secrets is like I want to make a dock so I can show off the really fast Toon ship. Although I have to get another one because reasons. Yeah, my Toon got busted, but that didn't happen in the live stream. But some of the other players showed me that my special ship got capsized and was in the process of destroying itself aggressively. So yeah, I got to get a new one, but that'll be fun to show off. So you see, look at this. We got our little wool thing here. Yeah, I don't even care the conveyor's not fully centered anymore. I'm happy. We got this place. And I really don't get how those functioned, in all honesty. But I can say that it would be probably convenient to be able to go out here and actually look at the other end of the smelters. Like, I know that right now that's not ideal, but I think maybe it should be like a dock out here. And then that upper part can have the castle look. Because really, I don't need to make everything have the stoned kind of castle look, right? I just need to kind of finish it up. You see, that shows what I'm going for, right? And then you have these other parts. Boom. So it looks like I could probably... Ah, yeah, this thing's in the way. That's right. I'll have to deal with that later. For now, let's see. How should we move forward? I guess we can move forward by continuing that situation. But I'm going to be smart because I'm almost certainly going to pull. So instead of dying tragically, I'll actually have some food here. There we go. Now what we're going to contemplate is the roof. As I mentioned at the other point, there'll be another floor here. So this will be like a big room that we can set up with all the comfort stuff. And I'm sure one of the other players would love to like build everything out and make it look all beautiful. Because then when you're working down here in the factory, so to speak, you'll be like, this will be like the sort of stone basement thing. Whereas the one above it doesn't need to be stone, if that makes sense. It'll just be the exterior wall that is stone. It'll just keep going up more like a castle. And then this part will be like probably one big open room with this kind of double roof situation here. I'm going to start with this roof because it'll help give the silhouette some form. And like we've got some inspiration over here already. But to be honest, these aren't really like big enough. I don't find that they have that vibe. So I usually like to clip just one sort of into the middle. Just like simple things like this, just to help give that castle vibe a little bit more. And this part is like the experimental section. You can see how there's going to be a couple sort of like rotunda sort of things going on, right? We keep going, and there, all right, look at this floor. We got a floor roof. And it basically would keep going around like that. Except obviously here we got some... The hell? What's going on there? Ah, that was the floor for something before. Okay, I get it. There you go. And now we can look at the silhouette. Let's do this smart. I missed. There we go, got it. Now these guys are gonna leave us alone because they don't like builder's bells. Just takes them a moment to realize they're scared. And then you get a bit more of a silhouette there. In this case, I'm kind of weirded out about that band. I haven't figured out how to integrate that, but probably with some like trim from Growston. But for now, there's no Growston. We don't have enough of that. And I'm not rich enough to buy all of it. So I'm going to finish up this part of the roof here. It looks like we can make it work just with these pieces. There we go. And each of these gets 4 units. That's what we did earlier. So 1, 2, 3, 4. In general, if you can place these, then you can place everything else. And now we get to see what else we're going to run out of, which was wood, notoriously enough. And in this situation, what we want is 970 coins. That's how you buy wood on Path of Magic. So say buy, boom, oh no, not 970, 980 coins. Well, it's okay. I have enough money, and I was honestly going to need to buy stone anyway, so I just educated myself. Oh no, and then I did the classic thing. Oh my god. So much to my chagrin, there was a diverger below me, and I forgot about it. And the diverger, as a irritating mechanic, if you build a coin pile near them, they're supposed to be greedy little buggers. So they basically just take it from you. They take that coin pile away. Oh, and thank you for the follow, by the way. I think I saw a little follow thingy there, and I'm new to this. So bear with me if I don't notice when you guys do these things. But what I do notice is the comments, for sure. If you comment on either, what is it? There's YouTube, Twitch, and then the other one that it shows comments from, Kick. Yeah, Kick. That's right. I don't know if I'll keep streaming to those places, though, because I'm just paying for this thing for a month, and then I'm probably just going back to Twitch and YouTube multi-streaming. It's just, like, experimental, wanting to learn more about it. But I see that, like, I can't really justify spending $30 a month on streaming to all these platforms, and I have no audience on. It's like, it makes sense when, like, you can afford that sort of thing, but I should be careful. So we're going to just finish this up now that we have enough... we don't have enough wood, though, right? So what do we do? What do we do? Maybe there's some wood in the carts, because the carts don't get checked for things. And it looks like the cart also has some other stuff that we can sell. Not a whole lot of it, but maybe this combined with what's available in these other places is going to be enough. These blue mushrooms are really valuable. They don't have like a culinary value, so I figured why not actually just make them really, how do I say, really useful as an item that you can sell to the diverger. That's the general idea. So I'm just going to put the wood here because I'll be back. And we're going with this is sellable. Anything else a full stack? Oh, one more wolf fang. One more. Come on. Oh, that's tragic. Nothing else is a full stack. But I have a feeling that we have some nonsense. Yeah. Here you go. Look at all this nonsense. We got more of this. Oh, tar. We can sell tar now. That's right. Oh, yeah, it's all over. Look at this. Oh. Oh, wait, no, I'm not going to screw myself over, actually. Maybe I'll want this tar later. I have a feeling I'll need a lot of that roof stuff. So maybe not sell the tar yet. I'm going to try and be smarter about that. Any of this sellable? We have some of the blue mushrooms. I think one of those, a stack of blue mushrooms is like 2,000 coins or something. It's like super valuable. And the other stuff is valuable too, but we need to be able to get full stacks of it for everything to work right. And in this case, I don't know, I'm going to take these things and just put them in the other chests so that we can get a better sense of, let's say, how full our stacks are. Get all this nonsense. Growston, pot shards, can't do much with those yet. Whereas this stuff, some of it is actually sellable. So that looks fine for now. Let's see, anything in here we can take? Nope. Anything in here? Not really. I guess this stuff. Okay, cool. So, no, hey! Sorry, I literally forgot we had built this wall, so I turned around and was like, hey! Finally, there's some building here. I've been talking about this factory thing or I've been streaming about it for like 6 episodes, and it was setting up the conveyors for the entirety of the rest of it. All right, let's sell what we can to this verger over here. Ah, I can already tell. I get it. All right, this base floor. This is going to be the chore floor. You know, the practical place. This is where you do the things. And then when you want to rest or like do whatever, it's up there. And the players would love to build something up there, I'm sure. I just need to set them up so that there's some roof. They don't like it if there's no place for a bed. But if there's a place for a bed, ooh, people will stay and they'll build stuff. You just got to give them a sort of hole to live in for a bit, and then they get going to town. And especially if I deal with the money thing. Whoa, what did I sell that was 600 coins? Okay, well, we're good now. I actually thought I would need to deal with more nonsense, but apparently not. So I'm going to just put this away here. Let's stack everything there, stack everything here, and the rest of this nonsense is just going to go in here for now. And now we're all happy because I can make a coin pile, and away from these greedy little devils, they're always stealing the coin pile. Don't make coin piles near them because they're just going to take it and give you 2 silver necklaces. Like, that's worth 999 coins. It's not. And those bastards too, when you sell them the silver necklaces, they don't give you that much money. Classic merchants. All right. So what we're trying to do now is take our 990 coins, but instead of doing 970 and ruining everything by getting more stone and building it on top of that foreman, I'm going to just toss it down here, and it is going to be 980 coins, not 970. 980. There we go. And say bye. Boom. Oh, yeah. There we go. Now we have wood again. And that's the good stuff. Yeah, look at that. We got wood. We got stone. I'd say we're good to go. We're good to go. This is going to come together. And I didn't even need to sell the tar. Isn't that great? I don't know about you, but I did a bunch of crits, and I have a little bit of combat crit trauma from all of that. I have not like geared this character very much, so like I just use palm mechanics to kill things, but the character itself is very yeah, I mean, come on, I've been fighting in like Hilder's clothes and stuff. You know what I'm saying? All right, we have 4 there, and now let's just do a little perspective check. Make sure that this, ooh, nice. That's looking pretty good. All right, awesome. We're ready for our first roof. Our first roof. Here we go. We're gonna go with our fancy pants shingles. But I guess, you know, I could make a choice. Do I want more money to build other stuff and then use goblin roofs? Because you can build goblin stuff on Path of Magic. You see, we can just do a little simple thing here. We go, say, goblin mode, and then small. And it should take a moment. We place this. The server's just lagging a little bit, so it's taking a moment, but there we go. I don't know. What do you think? Which will look more interesting in this castle theme? Either these pieces here, or these pieces here. Do I go with the tarred roof or the goblin thatch roof? I don't even know. Honestly, I feel like both of them would work, but it might be more interesting to see the goblin thatch things, you know what I'm saying? I guess let's do a little experiment. Let's see how much health each of them has. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. What do we got? What do we got? This one? I can't see its health, of course. And this one, it looks like it's just a quarter. So if that's true, let's keep going. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh, okay. Whereas 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah, all right. So these definitely seem to have more health. I don't know if that's actually real, but that seems to be how it is for the moment. Oh, I have to fix that. I see some nonsense. Look. Oh, what have I done? I've made a way to get deer hide out of wood. Oh, I have to fix that later. It's fine. You know, that's the kind of thing where people on Palm, it doesn't really matter that much. But when you actually like launch a game or something, and I do at some point want to make like it really easy to download Path of Magic, Right now it's like a bit too complicated. You need to learn how to do things and that kind of thing. But we'll see. For now, I'm just gonna fill this roof up because we're at the fun part from my perspective. Right here, let's go up a little bit. There we go. And are we even on the right piece here? Yeah, we are. How should I do this? I guess what I want to do is actually do the end pieces. How many end pieces are there going to be? Because this piece, this piece, this piece, right? 4 of them. So that means these end pieces actually go out pretty far, don't they? These pieces here. Yeah, 2 on each, at least 2 on each. So it's going to be like this. Looks like more like 3 on each side. 1, 2, and I don't think I can reach that one. I guess that's fine though. Thankfully we have all these things from earlier, which makes this a lot easier. Yeah, so basically we just do 3 on each side and hope for the best. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. And in general, when you're working with wood, that's one of the reasons that iron beams are so awesome. Because they allow you to just clip wood into it, and you'll notice the iron beams, they don't have full stability. But the wood pieces, they have good stability. And that makes it easier to work on the roofs. Like, roofs can be a pain when you're living in the core wood world. Just because if you're using core wood and normal wood, it's quite likely that you'll end up, you know, in a situation where you didn't realize that... you didn't realize that the very roof that you were on was having issues. So let's see. Here we go. One second. So sometimes there's areas where a lot of monsters spawn by mistake, and I have to fix that. I haven't fully figured out what causes that. But if you're ever playing Palm and it gets like weirdly laggy, then you can deal with that by telling me. And then I can figure out if there's a bunch of monsters near you and just get rid of them. I don't have to do it a whole lot, but sometimes I like make mistakes in the scripts or I update them and then they cause something weird to happen. So just like keep in touch with me and I can usually figure it out. Welcome, the Venturous Gamer. Welcome. It's good to see you again. We have finally made... Oh, that was a nice convenient fall there, but we have finally made actual progress on our factory. Like, I don't know, but you know, it's something. We got some structure here, you know what I'm saying? It goes up here. And then this is going to be the second floor. All nice and luxurious, and I'll entice some other builders to come here. I'm going to frame it up so it has a roof. But aside from that, I'm hoping people will fill it out, and this can be the bed area where there's a bunch of good rested bonus, etc., etc. Then when we go down here, this will be like the kitchen area, you know? And then here is our working area. It's where we forge, craft things, gonna set it up so that everything's all open, easy to use, and you can come here and smelt stuff. Because smelting stuff's fun, right? How did that get there? Huh. In the mood. Alright, now we can turn this off. It's not really necessary anymore. Because what we're doing is filling out this roof here, right? You can see I've got most of the frame in place. So this is the more interesting part where we get to work with the shelter. And I'm working on the first roof so that I can figure out how the square silhouette is going to look, especially against this kind of curved piece here. And I'm going to figure that out and then work on the rest of it. Because I've found that with these roofs, it's really easy to like put the roof in and then totally take away the square kind of castle look. So I'm probably going to mess with this for a little bit to kind of figure out how I want that to be. That's why I'm doing this part first. Because I remember Dakar said you should focus on the silhouette when you're building something. And that's the most important part. And everything else comes second. You can just do it later. It doesn't really matter. But if you don't have the right, like, silhouette of the building, then it's going to look weird. And especially on the server like this, because in general, if you give them a safe place to build, Seems to work out well for them. All right, that looks good. Good enough for now. Let's go around. And I'm trying to go basically get all these outside bits done. And this part here, let's see, 1, 2, 3. We're going to clip it from here because the stone should support it, so it should be fine. Yeah. So how have you all been doing? It's Friday, right? I'm still being experimental with the streaming thing. I was trying to set up a schedule, but to be honest, I should probably just try and stream as often as I can that I feel able to have fun. And sometimes it's going to be in different time zones. Sometimes it'll be later in the day. Other times I'll wake up early and stream first thing. However, there is one thing I do want to do, and that is set up a scripting stream so that I live stream my Path of Magic development. Because honestly, I'm already doing it. So why not do it more publicly? Because then those of you who are interested in the actual scripting can see how I deal with it like live as I actually work on things. And you'll see how I deal with any kind of implementation issue, etc. So I think for both of us, or all of us rather, it'll be good if I have like some live streams where I do the scripting. But I'm not too worried about figuring out some specific thing. For now, I'm just going to focus on getting my habits down, making tutorials often, but in a way that works for me where I can enjoy it and have fun. Because if I'm not having fun when I'm making the tutorials, if I'm not getting excited about them, the tutorials are just worse. That's just how it is on YouTube. But also, if you don't pick something you care about, then eventually you get fed up because you can't just keep doing things you don't care about. And luckily, I've already lived through all of that nonsense, so I understand what it's like to not care about what one does, and I lived that way for years. That was my old life. People didn't necessarily like that, but it is what it is. I'm definitely happier now, and I'm free for the most part to just spend most of my time making Valheim videos and sharing them with you all. And I think that, well, seems to work out, for me at least. And I think I'll figure things out with the channel, to be honest. Hey Kit, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Good to see some familiar faces and names. I'm glad that you're all interested in these things. So Kit, I looked through, I saw something. Yeah, on the Kit's gotten into EWP recently, and I would say he's got the EWP bug, because I recently showed him and some others some stuff, and then like straight away I saw he's already made a troll trader in a troll cave with a sign that you can buy stuff from, and it swaps and everything, and then he made another trader so the people on his servers have traders, and I don't know, that it was fun, wasn't it? You know it was fun, Kit. It must have been. Like, do you want to tell me a bit about that? What was it like to like implement an EWP feature? How did that feel? Did you enjoy that process? Yeah, this is the wrong wall here. Yeah, now we get to do the corner parts. I love these parts. Plop. It goes from looking like a uncoordinated mess to like, ooh, what's this? That looks like a roof. And I don't have to see the rain anymore. I'm so fed up of the rain. I know I could just client-side mod it out, but I feel like I need to suffer. And if I suffer through the rain, eventually we'll figure out how all people on a server cannot deal with the rain. Because it's definitely a pain. No, it's not so much the rain itself is a pain, but the fact that the swamp is 100% rain. You know what I mean? I'm all for one clear day. It'd be nice. All right, that looks like it's a normal piece that I made into the wrong piece. So let's set that up. Yeah, there we go. Good stuff, good stuff. And you see what I mean about the silhouette? Like, what happened to the stone silhouette, right? Like, that looks all gnarly. Super gnarly. You know what I'm saying? Let's go back a bit here and see how it's going. Not bad. Looks like we got this one piece here. And because we used iron beams, we don't have to worry about all the pieces breaking all the time. You know what I mean? It's absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. All right, that looks solid enough for now. What we need to do is get an updated look from the outside. So let's address that situation here. Also need to work on the kitchen at some point. This is very much a temporary kitchen. Here we go. Kit Fury says, I like making traders. It allows me to build themed buildings, and it helps inventory management a lot. Yes, yes, I could not agree more, Kit. To be honest, the Diverger, I think they're making them traders, which is how it works on Path of Magic. It had so many awesome unintended consequences that, like, I recommend people mess with that a little bit, because when you make Diverger traders, not only can the player, like, maybe you put a trader in a certain spot, that's one thing, but the players now have a reason to find Diverger out in the wild. And I find that to really enrich the Mistlands, make it better. You know what I mean? And one thing, just a word of advice, is people tend to think about, okay, how do I make this building that players go to, or this one trader that players use? And that's cool. It's definitely useful. But sometimes you can ask yourself the question, how do we make it so the game generates these things? That way, the players encounter them organically. I've found that one of the most motivating things for other players is, like, sort of practical things they can find that are useful. And you can make rewards, so to speak, with EWP that end up motivating the players in significant ways. But the problem is that it takes a while at first for players to get used to that you can EWP the server. So they won't necessarily understand, like, oh, you can make that happen? Oh, we could make this happen? And it takes a little bit. Once they start seeing it and witnessing it themselves and trying out the features, then everything changes. And suddenly, oh, they know. And they get the EWP bug too. Before you know it, they'll be telling you, like, hey, what if you did this? Could you try this? What about this? What if this goes here? What if that goes there? Like, in all seriousness, like, in game development, one of the most challenging parts of it is getting accurate playtesting and watching it and developing your game around playtesting. That pretty much doesn't happen, unfortunately. It's like people try and develop a game, and by the time they playtest it, it's too late to change anything. So we have a great luxury by being able to practice our game dev skills in EWP using Valheim. This is very, very special and something that I personally am really happy about. It's brought more meaning to my life and enabled me to feel like I'm actually trying game development. Whereas before, it was like I wanted to do game development, but I don't know. Like, I was just watching YouTube videos. I wasn't coding or scripting or doing anything like that. And yeah, I play games, but, like, you need to do more than that, you know what I mean? Whereas now, I get to actually test things. And it's all thanks to Yer and EWP and Irongate and Valheim and all of you people who play on the server and have contributed ideas. And even if you don't contribute ideas, just you're playing and seeing how you want certain things and get confused by others, oh, it's all great, great stuff. And it's really, really helped improve my life, personally. I'm not saying you made it all great, but you give me something more valuable than money, which is fulfillment. And I genuinely appreciate that. So here we go. Oh, one moment. I think, actually, speaking of that, I think it is hen break time. Around this time every day, I have to bring in the hens because they need to go to roost. So I'm going to go deal with that, and I will be right back. And then I think I'd like to work more on making this first floor accessible and also figuring out the roof situation for that outer perimeter. Maybe even building more on the outer perimeter. We'll see as soon as I get back. For now, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and I'll see you soon. And you know, just for convenience sake here, I'll make it a little bit more interesting. Why don't we let our foreman run around? And now we'll see what's going to happen. Am I going to be alive when I get back? We'll see. I'm just going to sit here, and then I'll be back in approximately 5 minutes. Let's just give you a view of this lovely Verger foreman here. There we go. She's already moving around. That's gonna be funny. All right, hello everybody. I am back. Hey, the diverger's gone. All right. Oh, she's not. She's just walking around cautiously. Hey. Well, you know what? I think that is pretty. Oh, wait. Let's see. Are you Are you I don't know if they have genders, but they definitely have female or male looking faces. So I don't want to offend them. It's kind of hard not to offend people these days, though. But what's funny about offending people these days is it's easy to not offend the person you're speaking to. You just have to be respectful to them. Pretty much, listen to them, treat them well, look them in the eye, smile, not be an asshole. However, it's very easy to offend many other people while you're talking to them. We live in a very weird era, in all honesty. I've just, at this point, I feel like this place is more interesting if the Diverger Foreman is free. So from now on, she is a free Diverger. And look at this, we can build a workbench and actually have shelter. Oh, wow. It's like this base hasn't been a base for the first 10 hours of being here. If it wasn't for arrows and magic, no way I would have been able to get all this stuff. All right. So this goes in. There's obviously going to need to be like a little thing here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need like a little tunnel thing here. That's, oh, God. What was that? What was it? I don't even know what that was. How did that happen? I mean, okay, not how the... Obviously that happened. You know, I went outside of the base's protection, and then I started dismantling things, which makes loud noises. Don't get me wrong, that part makes sense. Oh, all right. My bet's on the Wraith being what killed me. The Sunken Guardian? All right, buddy. All right. Oh, you know what? I don't even know. These guys might be too strong for the bell to work on them. Ah, shit. Sorry. Wait. What? What on earth? I'm so confused. How did the Wraith disappear? That's so confusing. I don't know what happened there. So certain enemies are immune to the Builder's Bell because they're too strong. But I don't remember what the classifier was for that. I know it wasn't 2-star. Maybe it is 2-star, actually. No, I don't think it's 2-star. Like, okay, let's see. I should be able to hit this bell, and then the blobs are gonna get feared, right? Yeah, but this guy, the Sunken Guardian, is like immune to it for some reason. But the blobs aren't, and they're 2-star. So, like, I don't know what's going on here. But this guy, he's scary. What? Dang. How mean. You know, I'm just gonna leave you there. You'll cause interesting content later, I suppose. And if we have a fort, it doesn't really feel like a fort unless we're being attacked. So let's see if our friend here actually takes care of that. I think she's going to, in all honesty. I really do. What we're going to be working on, though, while our Diverger friend keeps us alive, is figuring the sort of profile out for the top part here. Oof. Oh, I almost died. All right. Let's get some health food. This is so little food. So funny. All right, let's see. Maybe I can survive long enough to climb up this bridge a little bit. Scary looking Draugr. Hey, I thought I struck the bell. You can leave me alone. Hey, they didn't see me? That works. Do I have fire arrows? No, I don't have any arrows. Of course I don't. That's fine, though. Ooh, interesting. Looks very different from up here. And what's cool is I can, let's say, adjust this staircase. Because, well, really, people are going to see it. But, you know, there's banisters in the way, so... I can make like certain parts that accommodate that, because most players who encounter this area, this is like the first swamp that you encounter on the path. But the biomes on the path aren't in the order, you know what I mean? So you actually go down through different ways. Oh, let's see. Sorry, Kit. I didn't see your comments until right now. Let me take a moment to read them. So he says, still trying to get all of it to click for the traders. And yeah, it does give people more reasons to explore. And that is a beautiful thing. The more reasons to explore you can put into Valheim, the better, definitely. And he says, I also feel it gives an alternative way to play for people who want more of the RPG element or who are more combat focused. Ashamed of nothing, offended by everything. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That's very accurate in many cases, at least on the internet, you know. So I think you have the nail on the head talking about how it adds more like elements, RPG elements. Like in general, for some reason for me, epic loot feels too much like Diablo. And I don't enjoy that. And I used epic loot for a while, and I'm not trashing on epic loot, don't get me wrong. It's a really cool mod, and like I can see why it's really enjoyable. But for me personally, I like it more when loot is it's like more occasional. And like even in the case of Palm right now, like I'm a little miffed about how much inventory management, there just is. So like it's nice to be able to relieve that with coins, but it's not like, it's still a thing, it still is a thing. So I don't know how I feel about that in the long run, because I really don't like making features that make more of this stuff. So in general, like I want to be making Palm an experience where even if you join without UI mods, you can do things without spending a lot of time shuffling through resources. And for me, like the Sunken Crypt, the experience itself, I really enjoy that. I'm like thinking about things to change and have some player feedback to go through and these kind of things. But the main problem really is like, all right, they are such a good source of resources, but now that means that like you have to do all that item management, and we have the carts, but I'm almost wondering if I should rework the cart systems so that the base cart gives maybe a full inventory or like a full screen here, and then the purchased carts have scrollable inventories. I have a feeling that might be how I can help alleviate some of the item management on Palm, because we made a ship called the Barden, and it has like 320 inventory slots and like a scroll bar, and people like keep them around and do that kind of thing, right? And that was a while ago, and I've been watching how players use them, and it seems like genuinely useful. They sort of turn into banks, and that's basically it, right? Like the thing that Valheim is sort of missing in its inventory management is the backbone of the fact that you don't really have like a bank of items you can just dump things into. And there's ways to do that, and it's like, I personally, like normally I don't like UI stuff, but if there was a way to have one centralized experience where you just put your stuff in one place, and that unorganized place can have lots and lots and lots of stacks. Maybe you have like one bottomless chest in the base or something that allows for that. So realistically, what would be better? Because there's already the carts system, and in this situation could make a thing called a bottomless chest where you're allowed to have one of them in each base, or like one of them in each area. And when you make a bottomless chest, the game like knows where it is and everything, right? And it could have just loads and loads of inventory space, like scroll bar, and you just go down and down and down. Like something, like it's perceived as like more than you can fill up. That might help negate some of the problems, because it's sort of like, yeah, Pan says that the Holer, Longship, and the Obliterator have so many slots that they have the scroll bars, which are annoying. And like that's the thing. I get that it's annoying to use a scroll bar, but like from my perspective, like having to deal with this here and this over here and this over here, and over here this, and over here this, and this, and over here this. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's annoying. I get that a scroll bar is annoying, but is it really more annoying than all those other things you have to look and remember for and open? You know? Because, like, when you have one deep inventory, like, let's say it was this chest, one of the problems that you end up is, like, you put 6 of this over here, right? Like, okay, there's 1 mushroom here, right, in this chest, and there's 2 of these. But then in other chests, there might end up to be, oh, look, okay, here's another 1 mushroom. So they end up scattering the stacks. Whereas when you have one centralized dumping thing, it automatically fills all of your stacks together. And I have a feeling that this would allow players to be more organized without them as people having to be more organized. Because, like, at least that's how it works for me as a person. There's this one thing, you know what I mean? So let's see. I'm feeling inspired by this. So I'm gonna think about it for a moment. I can see how mechanically having one very special chest in the base could be very, very useful. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been streaming this whole base building experience and seeing what happens and that sort of thing, right? And one of the things is that, like, it's hard to get situated at first because you have to be so organized. You know what I mean? Whereas if you, like this, for example, I made it and I need it to be ordered, but now that I've made the organization thing, I can just, like, move it around easily, you know what I mean? And this is the problem that I'm trying to get at. Like, I think there's something that can be done about this. You know what I mean? And Pan, yes, Pan says that there's labels for building via crafty boxes and auto store. But, like, that's the thing. These are mods we have to download. And, like, I'm aware that I could just get mods that make it so every time I pick something up, like, the coal bypasses my inventory even and goes into the chest that has the coal in it already. You know, and all of these things. But again, this is all client-side modding, and, like, I think these things are fixable through changing the server itself and how it functions. And, like, for example, with all the stuff that we've been talking about regarding storage and everything else, right? And by the way, bye, Jeremiah, if you've already gone. He says he has to go with his girlfriend to get dinner. Oh, no, he's been invited, so that's lovely. That sounds awesome. Honestly, too many people spend time playing games when they have people who want to spend time with them. So, in general, it's very good to take the time to spend it with people you care about who care about you. So that's awesome. Lovely news. So, Panan says you can use Oh, hey, that's a perfect demonstration. Good point. So, as Panan pointed out, there is this shield generator. I don't have a shield core because I left them all at the other base, and I haven't found any in this tomb. So I can't make that right now. But basically, in Path of Magic, in the Obliterator, you can hold a lot of items in it. It has, like, more storage. So it's sort of like what I'm talking about. Except, man, basically, what I'm talking about would be a chest that has such a long scroll bar, like, you, as the player, perceive it as infinite. If that makes sense. Like, one chest that you can put almost everything in, and you can organize it how you want. I just have this feeling that that's the key, because if I look at the gameplay loop, like I mentioned, doing these crypts, really awesome. I love the loop of doing the crypt, right? And then building resources and material to then build this place. I really enjoy that. I think that is genuinely something great that I want to build more into and develop more about. However, being inside the actual crypt, yeah, it's just like the worst part. As you mentioned, there is the spawning on top thing. I haven't fixed that yet, but I do intend to. But the worst part for me personally isn't like that I die in it or get into crazy situations. I love that part. Like, I really love the chaos of the crypt, and I love how much loot it gets. But also, the act of looting the crypt, it's a pain. Like, it's such a freaking pain to like go back and forth over and over and over and over again. And like that is the part that I want to work on. So I think we've tapped into maybe 2 features here that we can deal with. Because if we made, let's say, a special chest. Well, Pan, I didn't mean it would be infinite. I mean, like, the player wouldn't perceive its limit. Does that make sense? Because I can't actually have an infinitely deep chest. But when there's more storage in the chest than the player can count in a reasonable amount of time, they basically don't, it doesn't matter. It's a huge chest and it's hard to fill it up. That's what we're going for. The thing is, like, that, honestly, I mean, it sounds like a good reward, you know, but also at the same time, it in itself, I have a feeling, would be quite rewarding. Because if there's just one place, you can make a more organized area that's very well labeled, you know? And there's often, well, not often, but one of the sources of conflict between different players is like that players make a lot of accumulation in this item thing. Like, I don't know, it's bouncing around my head that this item thing, this item management thing is one of the causes of later on issues. And if we can just adjust it a little bit, and I can't change the UI in EWP, right? So that's the trick. How do we abstractly adjust it? By making it so the player doesn't have to rely on it as much. And I think the key to the base is having that chest. So the thing to figure out really is not how deep the chest is. It's to figure out what's a suitable situation where the player can use a chest like that. Because on one hand, it's a nice reward. It's incentivizing for the player to get, right? But on the other hand, if I'm right, it inherently will help the gameplay loop. So it shouldn't be gated. You see how there's that's one of the tricks about like game development. It's not black and white. You can't just be like, okay, in this situation we do this because of this. Because there's always like some logically sounding sentence that's going to make something sound like a good idea. But you can also just make another logically sounding sentence that makes it sound like a horrible idea. So it doesn't really make sense to rely on logical sounding sentences because in general, they mislead us. We need to rely on experiences and observations in these things. And that's one of the things that happens in game development is you find yourself in a situation where you're at odds because you have on one hand something in one way, but then on the other hand, that contradicts something else you're trying to do, and you have to make a decision, which is more important. In this situation, for me, I'm always looking for good rewards for players because the mistake a lot of people make is they think that if you give strong items, that counts as a good reward. And it does, but at huge cost to the gameplay loop because you're negating the vanilla mechanisms that are still there that reward that. Does that make sense? Every time you reward a player with something of power, your server suffers from power creep. It's really important to keep all of this in mind when you're adding features because otherwise, like, you'll kind of phase players out of it because they just lose interest, if that makes sense. It's too much. So it needs to like be really fun and interesting while remaining challenging. And that can be hard for people, definitely. And it's hard to figure out the balance there. But in this case, we're trying to figure out with the treasure chest, that let's call it the deep chest or the builder's chest. I don't know what we'll call it. But it's going to be a chest that you can only have one of every, I don't know, 300 meters or some crazy distance, like bigger than a base. So you only get one per base, and it's really deep, like so deep you can just keep storing stuff in it. And the idea is that as you loot other things, first you just put them in the chest. That way everything gets sorted. That solves the stack of 1 here, stack of 2 there, stack of 5 there. It makes it never happen in the first place. Because then you can take out of the chest only the items that have become full stacks. You see what I'm saying? Because normally in Vanilla Valheim, you can't have your inventory sort into a huge inventory of all of the items that are loose. But if we did this one little change with this one little magical chest, we could. And you know what's an interesting thing to think about? Well, I don't know. There's something called a personal chest. And this is already something people like. It's something available early in the game. All you need is fine wood and iron. And maybe not super early in normal Valheim, but in Palm, this is definitely available. So what if this tiny little personal chest, what if this was the deepest chest in the game and it was the only one that you could have a lot of? I think that would work. This can be the icon, and that way people can have their dumping chest, but other people can't really look in it, which maybe will make them more, I don't know, make them feel more okay with things if they want. Because then there's still incentive, right, for the communal stuff. You know, you have the dumping chest. It doesn't take up much real estate. You get one of them. And then you can be messy in there instead of being messy in the actual game world. And I know personally that will definitely make this stream more interesting. So that alone is a reason for me to implement the mechanic. You know, I've noticed how like it's hard to keep things interesting if I'm just doing more kind of boring stuff unless I'm talking about something. But in this situation, I have a feeling we've stumbled onto something here. Okay, so that's one aspect of it. We have this deep chest, or this, whatever it's going to be called. But remember, I remember that the original reason I was even thinking about this was because of the experience after doing all of these crypts. Really. I had a lot of fun. Genuinely, I liked it. I loved how dangerous it is, how punishing it is if you just run in, but how you can bypass that a little bit by getting a bubble shield. I didn't even get into summoning monsters, but you can summon things to help you fight and do all of that. And I really think that that was a good experience. However, there's the item management part, and it took forever. Like, looting the crypt was like maybe, I don't know, half of the experience, a whole third of the experience. And like that's just too much. Like really, it's just too much looking for this, looking at the freaking number, and like I know I don't have a belt, but it's just another number. Okay, 450. That's okay. I get one more stack of iron and some like 45 coal. Okay, then I'm encumbered again. And I don't know. I feel like we're onto something here. That if we can capture that moment and make it so we take advantage of the fact that, for example, like right now, I have 5 coal. If I go to a chest with coal, instead of putting a new slot in, what does it do, right? It fills. Yeah? And I have a theory that if we make it so the player works only with full stacks, that can significantly reduce the amount of cognition we need to use just on the server without any mods required. So, just to be really clear about that, like what basically happens is you end up, instead of having, let's take this example here. This barrel is empty, so it's going to be our example barrel. We're going to take our 150 coal. Okay, cool. 3 slots, right? Easy. Easy. Yet, what ends up happening is you end up with stuff like this. In one place, there's some. In another place, there's others. And maybe if you play solo, you don't have to deal with this. But when you do it with other people, look at this nonsense. And now what? Well, okay, there's some coal over here. And now, yeah, we can stack our coal in here. But we're just stacking with some random stack in that chest. It doesn't give a crap about all that other coal. So, by having one individual chest that is encouraged to dump stuff in until it's a full stack, then we can just sort of alter the gameplay loop. by giving something so useful to players that they'll use it. So I'm breaking this down for you to explain my thinking pattern here, because we're trying to figure out, well, I'm trying to figure out, there's the chest. It's definitely a motivating thing. It's definitely something to do. But do we make it a reward that's incentivizing? I think no. Even though this would be incredible as a reward, I believe it has more value if it's freely available, easily accessible. Maybe even at no cost to the player. I know that sounds absurd, but I'm thinking they should be able to make one of these. And then they should be able to say maybe something. And then it makes that. Or maybe, no, they make a chest and they have some really small cost. Like they make the chest and then boom, they just make 99 coins there. And boom, it becomes the fancy one. But I don't know, to be honest. It almost seems like the most effective way to do it is to have a say command that makes the base chest or whatever it is. And you would just go like that. And then it would look at the nearest one of these. And it has to be right close to the player, otherwise nothing happens. And then if there's not another one there already, it would convert this. And then in that chest, I could, oh gosh, whoa, okay, Mr. Wraith, okay, where's our friend? Where's our verger buddy? Where'd she go? Oh no. How did things come to this, huh? I was trying to tell them about the chest. I swear, I really was. I was. Ah, Pan says, isn't organizing base and its storage a part of building experience? Yes. But much like other things, there's no reason for the game to force people to have specific experiences in a game like Valheim that is so understanding of other things. It's contradictory to the game's nature to just force players through a lot of inventory management. But don't get me wrong, like, I understand that most gamers, especially the demographic of players who plays Valheim, are older. They're, 30 as a Valheim player is young. You're one of the younger Valheim players if you're 30. If you're like 20, you're really young. Where most Valheim players are like 35, 40, 45 to 50. And it's one of the games that some of the people who play it are like a lot older than you'd expect. It's really a game that has reached an older generation than most other games. So I feel you. I definitely feel you. But I fundamentally believe that this is something that should be minimalized. Because those people who enjoy it don't need it forced down their throats to enjoy it. They can just build systems. And having one chest that can store everything isn't going to negate storage systems. It's just going to make a storage system not a critical component of your base in the beginning. And I want to encourage people as much as possible to base build. I believe fundamentally that there are many Valheim players who have not tapped into base building. They have insecurities and do not identify as builders or creative people. And they've missed out on a lot of beauty that this game has to offer them. Because I believe that this is the base player type, I need to accommodate that into the game and work with it and push these people, so to speak, into the paths that lead them to building, despite the fact that they feel like they're not a builder. I want to put them in a situation where they're building and they don't even realize it. And then someone's like, hey, yo, nice house you built. And they're like, well, I didn't build a house. I just, the diverger kept dying, so I had to build him a cage. And then, monsters kept coming to the cage, so I had to build something around, they can build a house. That's the idea. Make mechanics that incentivize players to build. because that makes the loop, you know? That really makes the loop. And Kit Fury says, oh, 1 second. I missed your comment earlier, Kit, so I'm going to read it now. Let's see. He said, my next thing is to learn how to do the chest type vendors, so you can trade multiple stacks of an item. I would like to make a little more complex trading system, or maybe even make it like a puzzle quest. Yeah, honestly, the chests, swap chests, we call those, they are really awesome for quest rewards. Because you can even make simple ones, you know, like the boss chests on Path of Magic. I don't know if you've ever seen one. There's not one in a reasonable distance from here for me to show you right now. But basically, you go to the chest next to the boss altar, and it only has like 3 slots or whatever. And you have to put the right items in the chest. And that makes it so that the boss thing, like, does whatever you want. And so you can make all sorts of quests that way. Like, you can make quests in Valheim with EWP. You just have to be creative about it, but you can absolutely make quests. It's just that there's not enough resources and information, so we haven't, like, set up standards and routines for others to use properly. So it seems too abstract for people. But trust me, if you think, like, I'm not saying you think this, Kit, but if you think that, like, not having dialogue options or being able to click on NPCs means you can't have a quest, I strongly encourage you to think about the fact that these tropes of just clicking and reading something to get a quest have been overused over and over and over and over and over again for decades at this point. So I'm hesitant to think that that's a good thing. And I think that the fact that we can't easily use UI is probably, in the long run, a blessing. Because it enables us, it forces us to come up with more creative ways to do something. And one of these notes I'll mention, actually, is that in the Valheim World editing group, oftentimes people do want to get back to the UI. Like, they talk about it a lot. But from my perspective, I don't know. I like not using UI. Maybe I'm crazy, but I love that, like, this Verger, for example. Let's see, where's some eater food? I can just go find some eater food. I don't have any, do I? Well, I don't know where she went, but I'll show you. I don't have the food that this one likes, so she won't take it. But I can give her something just like this. And then if she liked the eater food, she would eat it and heal to full health. And all I have to do is just toss it. Like, and for me, that seems better than having to go to her and click and then do something. Isn't that more steps? Like, do people like doing things in multiple steps all the time? I don't know why people are so obsessed about UI, but I won't rant more about that. I'll just move on and mention that people often think that, like, this is a really important thing. And what I've found is that, like, players just get used to tossing stuff out of their inventory. And, like, yeah, you can think that it's corny or whatever, but, like, you get used to it, and then it seems, like, fluid and normal. And, like, even on Path of Magic, this has happened to me and multiple other players. We go to Halder or Hilder, and we, like, toss stuff at them. And then we're like, why didn't that... Oh. You know, because we're so used to using the traders that when we go to Halder or Hilder, you know, like, we think we can just do it that way. But no, we have to open up a UI, look for the thing, and, like, it's almost like... I get that the UI helps you know what's for sale. But it also takes away a lot of the gameplay elements of learning what is for sale. And this is a whole world I didn't even comprehend before. I didn't know that was a thing. Like, I didn't realize that the mechanics themselves can function as rewards for the players. Because the players don't just join and boom, they know all the mechanics. In these altered worlds, learning the mechanics becomes part of the gameplay loop. Like, that's the reality of it, right? And you'll play differently simply by the mechanics that you learn about. Not necessarily by the mechanics that are available, right? That's another reason it's very important for me to do these streams, so I can show, like, yeah, we put this in, and this is what we had in mind, right? Like I've been showing off the Builder's Bell a lot. You can just run up here, strike your Builder's Bell, and then almost all enemies will just fear and run away. This guy from earlier has been, he's been sticking around, but he's eventually going to go away too, right? So that's a lot of stuff about theory. So now I'll catch up about the comments. Let's see. Yeah, so, yes, the chests kit are easier to do now. I'll give you good news about that. You used to have to pull the item string, and the order mattered. Oh, it was a huge pain. So, like, let's say that, for example, these chests up here are a better example here. These have one slot, right? But imagine it had two. Now, let's say that you put the iron in the first slot and the stone in the second. No, that wouldn't work because the string was loaded with the stone in the first slot, right? That's how it used to work. But now there's just fancy-pantsy item drop or item thing, and I can send you an example of that. Maybe remind me after the stream, just send me a message and I'll send it to you. But it's much easier now, and you just check for the item's prefab name, and then it looks in the chest and makes it. So that's how you make a conveyor system on Path of Magic. You actually just summon a conveyor foreman, and then you build one of these chests, and then it gets converted and tells you that it wants 20 Surtling cores. You do that, and the moment you close the chest, it sees that. So I can just send you that part of the script, and then you can like build with it and do whatever you want. But the good news is it's just as easy as what you've seen so far. It's been made simple since like the time that it was first introduced, and you don't have to care about the item string anymore. And if you don't know why the item strings are a pain, it's just because it's the okay, this is represented by one string of text. Every slot, every item, every quantity of every item. If any little bit of that is different, like, uh-oh, 7, not 8. And what about this? What if it was loaded there? Uh-oh, that's not the same as there. Oh no, this has ruined the string. It was kind of horrible. Like really, it was a pain. It took me a long time to get it working in my head. And then, yeah, it was like, he just updated that. Not because I said anything. It just happened. He updated it, and then there was a new way, and it was so much better. I loved that update. It was awesome. Here we go. Welcome to Path of Magic. Get ganked by your own soul. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Diverger, help me! Help me! Oh no. I don't think the Diverger's gonna help. What do I do? I need some food, that's what I need. I don't actually know how to read the ghost's attack, so they always like wreck me, to be honest. They're so mysterious. Give me some choreography, please. There we go. I almost got him. Oh, it's funny. Alright, so Kit Fury was talking about the chests, and then Pan, let's see, Pan said that they shouldn't be in, oh yeah, I already addressed that. And then Kit Fury says, is there a way in EWP to make an NPC path? Sort of, but oh gosh. Sort of, but in a very... Oh, you leveled up? He leveled up. You see how he's tough now? He's a tough soul of Lab Rat. Little devil. I got the corpse run. What do you got? Ha! Nothing. That's what. Ooh. That's rough. I don't know how I feel about this. That feels very weird. Who is that? Hello there. Alright. Alright. So then Kit was asking about the NPC paths, and it's complicated, but sort of. So you can get paths to occur, if that makes sense. There's two things that come to mind for me. On Path of Magic, in order to make things more chaotic, monsters can spawn deer or hare sometimes. and it's based on their monster's noise. So the monster will make a noise, and then in that spot, a couple seconds later, a deer will show up. And then the monster chases the deer, and it then leads the monster into situations that don't normally happen. So that little adjustment makes enemies sometimes appear to players as if they were going out of their way for something. Makes sense? And it does occur in vanilla Valheim. If you've noticed, like if you're kind of near a goblin camp, but not super near it, but you're near a biome border, then deer from the Black Forest or some things will be chased around by the goblin. And it actually makes the goblin in some situations go pretty deep into the biome because they get into a loop where they can't get back to their base without aggroing against a monster and chasing it. So it creates this very interesting dynamic that you can lean into. And that's one way that you can make paths with aggressive monsters is by spawning something that they're going to chase. But something more relevant for you personally is that you can change the spawn point of an NPC. So let's take this Diverger, for example. I don't know what happened to this other Diverger, so I guess I just have to live with that reality. But what we're going to do is take some of this tar here. I think maybe 100. Is that good? No, that won't be enough. I guess I won't do that. But basically, the Diverger... Yeah, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, I got distracted. I'll just keep going down with the comments. So, Teen says, the more options available for different playstyles, the better, so long as they remain options. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the mentality I go with in general. I don't always do that, but I like to say at least that the players should have 3 different ways to get things. So, obviously, that makes the game way more complicated and is hard to balance, but Valheim is a game that is easier to sort of develop for, to be honest, because the demographic of players is older. So in general, they're more able to like show restraint in different ways that normally people just like younger people really struggle with. So like generally younger gamers, like if the game gives you a convenient option, the younger gamers tend to always take that convenient option. Unless they're super young. Like, if you're talking about kids, they just have fun. When I say younger gamers, I'm saying like the, teenagers, 20-year-old. In Valheim context, that's younger. It's more prone to going down the path of convenience. Whereas as people get older as gamers and they mature, they become more able to see how they might have more fun in a different way that might not be the like best min-maxing perfectly convenient option. And I think that tends to help people like enjoy things more as they get older, because it seems to be more of a problem when people are gamers and they're younger, but once they've been gaming for decades, like I mean a lot of older gamers can enjoy games in ways that other people really struggle to. So I've just noticed that, and it seems to be sort of about like something to do with your kind of restraint and your recognition that some things are better when done slowly instead of the best possible way. But not everyone feels that way, and I'm making generalizations about age, so of course I'm gonna offend people, so I apologize. It's really not my intention. And let's see, I'll catch up on the comments and then I'll get back to building this. So Pan says that he would use large amounts of storage for wood, coal. Yeah, I mean, building this base, it's the same. I definitely would have done that. Oh, cool. So Kit Fury says he saw the Elder chest that I did. Until sent some screenshots. Already worked around without the dialogue. All right, yeah. So I didn't explain the other point that I was getting to, and it answers your last question. So Kit Fury said, Okay, so instead of pathing, is there a way to make them stay or not move or return to the spot? And technically, they do have a spot. So pretty much each monster has a spawn spot, a coordinate. It's like their origin. And they want to go back there. They will go back there provided there is a player in the area to activate it or within like a zone of that area. And there's no monsters that aggro them. So you can see how, despite the fact that these creatures have spawn spots, the reality is they often will always aggro either the player or NPCs and then end up, you know, not being able to move forward. So that's how it often plays out, if that makes any sense. All right, so what you can do is there's ways that you can like move the diverger or the NPC back to where you want them to be. So you could make it so if they attack something and they're not near their magic item, they go back to their magic item. Like you could make that happen. So like you could make it so the conveyor foreman stays in this area, and if he goes too far away, and the moment he attacks, it notices, hey, that guy's 100 meters away. That's more than 50. Then basically it would teleport him and take him just right back to your predefined point. In that case, it would be right here. So if I really wanted to like do that in this situation, I would. But I like the fact that players have to like keep the diverger alive and the diverger runs off. It's a great coin sink and it keeps the flow going because like really people need to be able to get coins, spend them, and have fun in that process. That's really important. Let me see if anyone needs my help real quick. Ah, okay, they're talking to each other about the bases. That's cool. Comment. I see. Yeah. So the original path to Ashlands was well, how do I say? Yes, it was built before fire modifier. So there's a lot of old wooden bases, and they burn when you put the fire in them. So if you sail around them, it sounds like somebody probably had like infinite torches or something like that. And that's what happened, because then that loads all of the fuel up and everything. And some people still use that mod. And yeah, it like spreads the flame. But these days when people build bases, from the beginning, flammability's on. So it's not as much of a problem because they know about it. The problem with those bases is the people didn't know about it, so it didn't work. And yeah, there's a lot of ways that you could manage that or make it happen. Like I don't know if you've seen the way monsters teleport here, but you could do something kind of similar. So the moment that, you know, your guy does something or he wanders off and he's too far, you just need to have some way to catch that and then go back. And you just need to find some kind of trigger. And there's a lot of options you could do there, to be honest. And I think now, there we go, we've pretty much caught up, right? Yeah, I've caught up on the comments. And what I'm going to do is get back into this building situation because I feel like just really building this place out. And I feel into it and happy about it. It's certainly a lot easier to be here now that there's a roof, I will say. You can see, look at all this. Died. How many times have I died here? Oh, funny. And the thing I was trying to figure out earlier is this kind of square roof, right? I mean, with the circular elements, the square roof, it's some gnarliness, to be honest. Gnarliness. I don't know how I feel about it. I think we can cover it up. And so if we basically make this lower, it won't occupy the castle profile. Because what we're looking for is that castle profile look. And to have that, what on earth was that? To have that castle-esque look, we need the walls to be higher. So I think it's going to be okay because we'll cover this. This won't be part of the silhouette anymore because it'll just be this big circular kind of castle thing. So before we place that, let's make sure that we've set this last area up properly. I think we're ready to continue forward with these stairs. I don't have any more Growlstone. I guess I could move to some Ashwood stairs. They're kind of nice, to be honest. They're really cool. I like the Ashwood stairs a lot, to be honest. So, let's see. How could we do this? How can I make this spot interesting? Because this part, I don't know, it feels off. And if I clip it again, it's going to create one of those spots. So I think instead, I want to make it so this is like the beginning of it. And here, I think we can probably get away with deleting that. And what I'm going to do is try and do something like this. We're going to maybe like this. Then you can go up here. Although there's that nasty clipping there. I don't like that. Let's see. What if it's like this? I haven't actually worked with these Ashwood stairs before, so bear with me. Ah, yeah, because I'm at a really weird angle because of how I built this up. So maybe I can just not use the Growlstone? I don't know, though. We'll see. Because that doesn't really work, right? I don't really know how to handle this right now, so I guess I'm just going to not worry about it. I'm just going to keep going with the profile, because if we can get that framed part up... Ooh, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And all we need to do is place a bunch of stone. And it should be pretty simple now. I should have done this earlier while I was yammering on about stuff, because I didn't realize I'd already had the pattern set up. So now all I need to do is move forward with these pieces. And we have a bunch of stone from my little mishap earlier. So let's see. Do we need to keep a pattern from down here? Let's see. There's going to be this layer above. So I guess it probably will look cooler if it's like this. Or maybe not, actually, because that bricks it up. Okay. So instead, we're going to act like we just keep the pattern going. Because that way we continue with an alternating pattern. I think that'll work for now. So that means that each one of these gets... Each corner gets a 1 by 1. Is that right? We have 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay. Yeah, each of these corners gets a 1 by 1. And then we'll be able to fill it up more easily. Right? So, but what happens here? Yeah, we need a double 1 by 1, don't we? Then we can set the snap points up properly. Alright, that makes more sense. Now I see where the confusing part was. I was like, there's got to be a confusing part. It's too easy. Too easy. Now, how do I make sure I don't get that thing? Let's see. You know, I guess I don't really need it, do I? Because it's going to automatically... Yeah, it'll be faster to do it this way. I'll set up 1 on each end. This is not a full one, so we're going to skip it. This one will end there. And then I can fill them, like I can backfill them, basically. And this is what I was talking about earlier. I've noticed that it takes more effort for the mind to switch tasks than it does to continue a task it's already doing. So you can keep this in mind when you're building stuff. And that's like the difference between being really stressed about something and then getting frustrated versus just slowly meandering through the build and being like, whoa, what's this thing? How did that get there? You know? So here we can see that now we've set this up, right? And because of the fancy new trick that you guys taught me, I can just go, whoop, hey, and then no UI. Look at that. I love it. Oh, I can't believe I didn't do that before. What have I been doing with my life? Looking at UI to build. I didn't even need to. I just needed to build a piece the first time. When did this get added? Because maybe that's one of my favorite updates. I just didn't even know about it. There's a lot of recent quality of life updates. I think that Iron Gate's done a really good job with that recently. Like with the Bog Witch update, like Hilder's looked cool, but didn't really give that much practically useful stuff. Whereas the Bog Witch is like they learned all their lessons from Hilder's, and they just made really useful things. There's loads of like useful quality of life changes with the Bog Witch update. And in that way, it's, I think, to be honest, the most impressive update from my perspective. Because there wasn't any like hype about it, it just was there pretty much. And it was a really solid quality of life update with a lot of depth that most players haven't really realized is there. You know, even the feasts alone are really cool. They added more to the skills. But not just that, the thing that I find to be quite deep that they changed is how they like separated some of the cooking, and they also made the potions situation different. And that's been like, wow, just they added potions that increase movement speed. They added potions that give you like more carry weight. Really genuinely useful stuff. So hats off to Iron Gate for the Bog Witch update. Like I think they did a really solid job with that. And I'm happy. I haven't even done a lot of the stuff, but I know what it is. Mostly because I've done the development stuff, so like players want to have access to certain things, so I need to learn a bit about what it is, you know? But on this playthrough, I haven't gotten into that sort of territory yet. So here, let's see. Ooh, we have some nice kind of. I'm imagining a staircase here. It seems like it could handle one. This, I guess, just I don't know what's gonna go on here though. So for now, I'm just gonna ignore it, and I'm just gonna actually just build past it and act like it's not there. Now I think we can more easily keep going, so let's do that. These are the easy ones, right? Because we have 3, right? 3 pieces, and then we just move it, and we have 3 more pieces. Boom, boom. They just clip into each other a little bit, but it's fine. It doesn't really matter. There we go. I love it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I was just about to be like, I love this, it's great. And now I'm like, no, no, wait. What did I do? Okay, these ones look alright. What am I, like, I'm tripping out about something here, though. Wait, now it's, oh, okay. Ah, okay, so I can try and clip into, I think it's seeing this corner. So I have to make sure I look at this and up, this and up. And once you get a little system down, it'll work well, so sometimes you have to pay attention to the piece you're looking at it from. Make sense? In this case, we have 1, 2. This wall is missing stuff because of the staircase, so it's just like that. And here, oh, our friend the Wraith's back. Mr. Wraith, Mr. Wraith, Mr. Wraith. Uh-oh, I went for the 3rd attack. Oh, I was greedy. I know better than that. I know how to whittle away. Dark Souls taught me patience. I don't know where humans learned patience before, but I think these days, Dark Souls. that's where I got it. One of the biggest lessons in that game was how often I would die because I was impatiently going for like a 2nd or 3rd attack, right? But if you just patiently whittle away an enemy, you can usually like get them, right? Especially with a fast weapon like a knife. Because you can just eventually make it so, you know, they're always going to have a little opening where you won't be able to get attacked or something like that will happen. Oh, I almost got killed by the terrain here. Brutal. Brutal. See, if I'm a real fool, I'll go for the flourish and then get killed. You know? I'm going to fight over here where there's less of a problem. Oh, well, that'll do it, right? Oh, I got so lucky. That's the classic situation where you just get nerks. Where you're like, nah, I'm gonna get him with that last hit. I got really lucky though, and it actually worked. Alright, I guess realistically I should probably be doing that instead of not fighting at all, right? Alright, so here we're gonna need to start on this side. because we don't have the proper snap points for the other one. And I guess here, well, it looks almost out of alignment, but whatever. I'm just gonna roll with it. No, 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 no. There we go. And so now you can see basically this is what we're going for, and we're gonna make the profile for, or no, not the silhouette, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna make the silhouette for the castle. And this is gonna be like the main look. So I sort of did everything backwards, you know. I've been working on all this other stuff, but really, like, nice players will just be able to come in from the path. That's definitely gonna be useful. But we can just keep this going, and we'll get a much better sense of what it actually needs to look like. So for now, let's see. Now that I'm a little bit up here, how am I going to handle this spot? It looks like I'll always have access to this corner because of the way this was built. So what I can do is set it up like that, right? Boom, boom, boom. All right. Yeah, that'll work. One there, one there, one there. Hey, here we go. This is why I love circles. I know they're not really circles, but you know what I mean. Like, this is why the procedural stuff, not procedural, but where you can just go in a pattern, you know what I mean? It feels nice. It's so much easier than thinking about everything. All right, one, and then let's just leave that for now. Looks fine. And you know, ooh, what's this? What have we done? What snap point am I messing up? Is that fine? That one looks all right. So what's the difference here between this and that? Oh, I see. It's trying to clip to that corner. Okay, so we don't want that. What we're gonna do is actually just do it this way. Yeah, that way there's no nonsense. See? So I just go like this. No nonsense. Boom, boom, and then yeah, we'd normally get one more there. But I'm thinking, you know, we're getting to the point where we might be able to integrate that. Can make some kind of window pattern or something. I normally have such like an open build strategy. Like, basically I'm like, have as few walls as possible. But at this point, I've got so fed up with the swamp. And it's constant darkness that I'm like, screw that. I don't want to look at that rainy view all day. I want to make something different. Classic swamp experience, right? So here we have this part, and this is like the minimum for a wall pretty much, but we're gonna want to go taller. Also, this is not gonna really give us that much space, you know. In my head, a comfy room should allow the player to jump without hitting their head. You know, easy to do. But it's not a good rule of thumb because players have different jump heights depending on skills and all sorts of other stuff. But it sounds like the perfect, like, arbitrary rule of thumb that isn't that useful that people would spread like wildfire, you know? That's how a lot of our advice often ends up being, too. A lot of people say a lot of things that don't really work, but enough people say them that it doesn't matter. We live in a funny time, you know? All right, so what I have to figure out now is kind of the profile I want to go for this part, because we can see if we look like from the player's perspective, this definitely, I mean, it looks more castle-esque, right? But it doesn't have the standard castle top, which is necessary. And realistically, players might be active around this thing and glance over here, right? Ooh, look at that. It's coming together. And you can see how we need a little bit more height so that we can bypass the wall, right? And then when we make the external wall, this perimeter here, it needs to be high enough that the wall on the inside or the roof on the inside of the structure isn't visible, because otherwise we're going to mess the silhouette up. In this case, we're going to hide the roof, essentially. And that means that we're going to need to use a lot more stone. And now what do? I guess I go back up this way, right? I'll just leave the staircase thing for now, because I think really what matters is this outer frame here. Let's see. I'm trying to make sure there's nothing that I'm gonna regret if I don't do it now. You see, like I haven't filled that piece up, right? Here, you see how I didn't put that, oh no, I did there. Yeah, this piece, I didn't put it in. So as long as I can pass over that, it should be fine. And then it'll make these tiny little windows and save a little bit of stone. Which doesn't really matter, but it's kind of amusing. So I'm just going to integrate that into the pattern. And I think as long as I build it starting from the right over, it should be fine. So now we can use these pieces. You see? I'm going to just do like that. Boom. Easy peasy. I love building walls because once you get that frame down, it feels nice, you know, just good stuff, good stuff. And because it's a circle, and I already got all the resources and the money that I need, it should be okay. See how quickly we just tear through stone though, right? I see that number going down. It's okay though. I think we have enough stuff to sell. Because technically, I mean, there's a bunch of tar and other things. And I don't need to summon a diverger. So here we go. Yeah, there we go. Getting bigger, getting bigger. Oh, wait, what happened here? What did I do there? Why does that look so... Something clipped here in a new way that confuses me, but I'm just gonna leave it that way for now. That's more like what I was going for, like a weird window at an angle, and that's all. You see, there we go. It worked there, worked here. Ah, I think I understand. Okay, I see. This thing here. Ah, I got bamboozled. I see. Okay. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I bamboozled myself. Hey, Ford, what's up? So, Ford says, if you pass through back towards the center, stop by my base. It's not finished, but so far, I'm really liking the progress. Hey, that sounds awesome. Well, at some point, I will be leaving here with a bunch of iron, and then I will be bringing it to the Black Forest area. So I can come by your base on the way there, because I'll be going back towards the center. And the base we were working on is like pretty close to the center. It's pretty much like when you go into the Black Forest and then cross over, like you cross a river, and then the base that we were on earlier on in the stream is there. And I want to spend some more time there because if I spend time there, it's easier for other players to join when they were watching the stream. You know, right now I'm like really far down the path. Like, well, farther than just you can join and get to. Whereas at that Black Forest base, someone could just join and then come and like work on the building if they see something they want to help with. So I'll be working on that area after this, most likely. But I'm excited. That sounds cool. You definitely build cool stuff. And I'm also glad that you've been having fun on the server again. Because you're one of the few players, I think there's like you, Teens, and Star, and just a couple others who like saw the path to Ashlands and played on that, you know? And because most of the time, that was too different than this. So the people who enjoy it aren't necessarily the same players. Like when I started changing the mechanics of the game, of course, that like alienated a few people in some ways, right? So it's cool that you've been able to enjoy it in both situations. And like now you have history here, right? You can go back and find bases and like know the history behind them and see the ones that are used and the ones that are in ruins. And I think it's really cool how the server has that kind of situation going on. I really like these window things. I'm cool with them. I think we're going to do another one after this. It seems like a cool pattern to keep going, and it'll save a little bit. So now let's see if I really learn, because technically I can do the swappy thing, right? Just boom. And then boom. Oh, wait. Why didn't it work? What am I doing wrong? Wait, what? Oh, yeah, those are 2x2s. Huh, okay, I see. Hey, I'm not tricked anymore. I get it. So I was doing that. Ah, okay. Sorry, I was very confused about how that was happening, but I see now that it's because the 1x1 is over there. This one is not actually a 1x1. So it needs to be like that, and then I look over there, and boom, I get the 1x1. Yeah. Although this is still kind of, I don't like all this switching, so I'm just gonna do this. It's that exact thing I was talking about. Like, going through the snap points to me feels like switching. I have to remember, like, which the right one is, you know? So I find it easier to just think about it for that one piece that really cares about the snap point, and then I can just fill them up afterwards. And that seems to work well. Well, it works well for me. I don't know if, oh, builder moment, huh? Oh, I guess it's time to sell. Let's see. Because if I sell some iron, nah, then I can't really, I need the iron. What can I sell? Well, let's see. There's all sorts of different things here. And we do have some iron. Some iron, but maybe we won't need that. Let's see. What's going on in our treasure chest? We got a decent amount of stuff here. Oh, we have some sulfur. I think that might actually sell well because the sulfur is an Ashlands thing that you get in Sunken Crypts, because there's some really weak Ashlands mobs in Sunken Crypts occasionally. So, let's see. Did we get lucky? Hey, 400 coins. Nice. That is good enough for me, because now we have enough for one coin pile, right? Boom, we got our coin pile. And what we're going for is stone. Definitely not wood. So I'm going to remember that 970 stone is, or 970 coins, that's how you get the stone. That's what we're going for, so now we do say by, boom, we got our stone. Easy and peasy. Good stuff, very good stuff. So here we go. Now what I'm going to look for, I really want to make that dumping chest. I think after I do this stream, I might try another thing where I live stream to make a video showing something. Whereas now I'm like live streaming to live stream and chat with you guys. But after this, I could live stream making the chest I've been talking about. I think that's probably a good idea. Because it'll show the whole loot, basically, to those of you who are interested. The most organic updates tend to come from playing the game or listening to people who are playing the game. I know that people like their ideas and everything, but in general, like, the problems in Valheim are pretty apparent, and players are going to encounter things. So sometimes they'll have an experience, and then that's going to make them be like, oh, what if it was like this? And those situations I find particularly worth paying attention to. Whereas when someone's just theorizing about something and thinks it would be cool, but then like you ask them why, and they don't tell you about a problem that already exists in the game, it's often that they just like that feature or something, which is fine. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I make stuff just cause, but in general, you should actually develop based on experiences people have while playing, and work around that as the trigger, right? So in this case, I've had some feedback from that Sunken Crypt situation, and also my experience getting here and building this base out and all that. Makes me feel like, yeah, having one central chest, you can have one per base. I think this could probably improve the Valheim experience for people by making them less reliant on things, Ford says, honestly, the only issue I've had with EWP is the anxiety over smelting your own stuff. I really don't want things to explode. well, I can teach you how to work your way around that, basically. So Ford is talking about the, it's called the explosive domestics mechanic. And basically, one of the keys about long-term Valheim stuff is you need to make the base building experience a bit of a game in itself, and sometimes attrit the players a little bit. So in Path of Magic, when you build and use things, sometimes they break, and it's not super explosive. It used to be super explosive, but I toned it down because now basically you'll trigger an explosion, and then the system's like, all right, where's your extension? Ah, you got a forge bellows. We're gonna blow that up, and boom, it blows up your forge bellows. But technically, it was actually the kiln or the smelter that triggered it. It just destroys these things first, or any extension. So what Pan has done is, and which I actually quite like because it involves using the grinding wheel, which is usually a one-time item. Pan has made it so he just builds like a lot of these things. And then if you build them in the right place, they will blow up instead of your smelters and kilns. And then in addition to that, there is a way to completely bypass the entire system. But you need to be able to get celestial feathers, and you need to be able to make a feathery wreath. And that involves like you having Ashton's stuff. So if you want to bypass it completely, you'll need celestial feathers, like 50 of them, and then be able to make a feathery wreath. And that's pretty tough. So it's not like a simple thing to do. But once you do that, you get this special chest, and you put the celestial feathers in the chest, and every time something would blow up, it just takes away some feathers. So as long as you keep the chest loaded with feathers, nothing ever blows up anymore. Basically. That's how the system works. Then Ford also says, I love dungeon crawling. It feels really nice, and my build is going to be a central place for people to get ready to raid crypts. Hey, that's awesome. I like that idea too. Like, that's what I've been having fun with here, because people can like go rest, right? And then go and raid the dungeon and get resources out of the dungeon and then like build or improve something, you know? It's a fun loop, and I think that's pretty cool. I did a bunch of burial chambers, and to be honest, I really enjoy the burial chambers. I find them to be quite fun. And the idea I have for this bottomless chest thing, I think there's going to be two kinds of bottomless chests, basically. One is going to be the one in the base. The other one is going to be something to alleviate dungeon looting. So I think I'll make it so when you purchase a cart in a dungeon, it automatically becomes one of these special bottomless carts. Because that way, I mean, I guess there's some situations where maybe the player might figure out how to clip it out of the dungeon, but I think for the most part, it would be safely locked away. I guess we'd have to see. But that would help. Like, imagine if you went into the crypt or whatever, and for just 200 coins, you could get a cart that can literally hold the loot of the entire crypt. So all you have to do is keep that cart okay and carry it around with you, which all of the crypts, they have some room for, you know? So I think that could be a way that we can, like, help alleviate the base building situation and also help alleviate the dungeon situation. So I'll work on that later, but for now, I'm going to stick to getting this silhouette built. So what I'm really working on, you see how it's looking more castle-y, isn't it? You know? It's definitely getting there. And soon, all it's going to need are the little rampart things, and then it's straight up going to look like a castle. What we have to make sure of, though, is that the actual bits, so to speak, let's go around here. We have to make sure that the profile of everything works. So I'm just going to make the wall up. And then when we place the roof in this area, it's going to be a different kind of roof. So I'm going to try and make a circular kind of spiraling situation. And I'm going to like clip it over these things. So the roof itself probably only needs to be, let's see, I guess I should place a little bit of it here. But probably the roof, we could get away with it being something like this. And then I just build that all the way around. So that one's a square, but this one is something else. I just have to figure out the height here because this space, it's not super tall, you know? Really, I could do it more like this. Ford says, it's very fitting that the base is utilizing lots of wood iron beams. Exactly, man. That's the thing. That's what makes Snow Map cool. You know, the buildings develop a culture based on the resources that they're near. I love that part. I think it really, like, it genuinely makes the world more fun to explore because, like, I don't know about other people, but the Valheim world, like one of the things that I love finding is like old abandoned bases that like people used to use. And like, I don't know, I get why that might not be the best thing for some people, but I find it really cool just finding old stuff. And I'm not saying they need to have like rewards in them or something. It's just in general, I find it really fun. Ooh, this is giving me an idea. What if I did an alternating up and down thing? Why do I feel like that would help me with the seams? Oh, is that like a good idea or a dumb idea? It's always hard to tell the difference, you know? I think in this case, though, it might be a good idea. Because normally you have to sort of do a lot of clipping. But what if I just did it like this? So, like, you know, the lower wall is a straight line. You see what I'm saying here? I think that could work. But here's the thing. I got, like, what I'm working on right now, I need to figure out how to keep that castle silhouette, right? As I was mentioning earlier, that part's quite important. So what I'm doing here is just building as far out as I can so that I can go outside and check out that silhouette there. Ooh, what? Shit. All right, it's a bit too much for me. They're really attracted to that verdure on the other side of the wall. Oh, look at all that. Oh, terrifying. All right, let's see. I should be safe. Yeah, there we go. So you see how we just barely see the top? That means that I need to keep this stone profile going. Because I want the visible part to be the ramparts of the castle, not the thatchedness of the roof. Make sense? And eventually we'll continue the pattern. Obviously now there's all these like holes and stuff, right? But you can sort of see what I'm going for here. I'm glad now. This is the first video that the build has actually started really taking shape. I had to mess with the conveyors so much. But now I feel excited because be able to work on the chest. So let's finish this pattern here. Don't need these anymore. We're just going to drop those. That was just to see where the height needs to be. And it looks like I need to add another row after this one. So here what we're going to do is... Ooh, I could do that now, couldn't I? I see. I can be adding in 2 rows at a time. I just haven't. Because I have a lot more to learn about this building thing. Really do. Ford says, endgame goal to have a bunch of Diverger archers posted up on the rampart. That sounds really cool. I've actually seen other players do that, and it works surprisingly well. I tried to do that once with Goblin Shaman, but they don't reliably cast the firebolt correctly, so it often just blows up in their face. But Diverger archers, they like are really good at shooting over ledges, which is really cool. It ends up, you can definitely do what you're talking about, like have them set up, and they can stay alive pretty well. They sometimes teleport. I've been meaning to adjust that so that they don't do it so much. The teleporting is one of the random elements that helps keep the server chaotic. It's very important, I've found, to remind players that they have played Valheim, but this isn't exactly the same, so they shouldn't feel that they can just predict things. One of the important parts of that is developing like procedural things that cause different circumstances to show up than the players used to, because they're used to being able to control every little detail, and so they'll either appreciate or be unsettled by Palm because you sort of are at the mercy of the mechanics you haven't learned, especially if you're trying to explore. And sometimes that can be frustrating for people. But for the most part, it seems to work out pretty well so far. And I think this is going to be fine. Just to save up on some stone, though, I'm going to go around and not that much. Just trying to open up the area a little bit by continuing this little tiny gap pattern that I have here. And I might do this more later because definitely that's barely anything. And I do want to add some more visibility in, you know? Fordalis says the teleporting is cool and scary in combat. Did the traders teleport themselves? Like if they're in a cage? So they don't, like, they have to attack something to roll the chance to teleport. So if they shoot something, they could, but it's unlikely. But in addition to that, like, sometimes the way Valheim loads things and with other players, basically the Diverger will get loaded before the cage sometimes, or it'll get loaded a little bit outside of the cage or something, and then it just moves out of the way. Hey, let's see. Ping asks, could you please explain how to invoke raids on myself? I tried to use the item stand, but it didn't work. Let's see. Which raid do you want? All right. I ran out of stone in that other chest, but then I bought more stone, right? So I'm good for a bit. Yeah, all right. I can probably keep this going. But at this point, to be honest, we're probably ready to work on the profile. And that's actually going to be a lot easier to do later after we've set up the roof. So for now, I'm actually just going to stick to this. And we have this pattern we can follow, like, right? All right. So you're listening to the stream, Ping. So I'll just show you how the raid system works, I guess. So basically, you need to place an item stand, right? I can't make any right now, right? And then depending on the trophy that you put on the stand, it will basically roll a chance to summon a raid. The more of them you place with that trophy, then the higher the chance. But the way it works is each individual piece is rolling a chance. So it's not like it looks at all the pieces and rolls a higher chance. It's that you have more pieces, so they roll more chances, and eventually it succeeds. But you need to have them spaced apart, okay? So it has to be like you could have one here, and then another one 2 meters away. That would be okay. Maybe, ideally, maybe like 3 meters away, in all honesty. But you could just place them, like, in this situation, if you had, like, one here, one here, one here, one here, that would work. But the thing you have to do is when you place them... let me actually see if I can place one. I need some fine wood. I can just take some of that chest. Like, if I were to place this here, for example, we can place the item stand, right? And nothing's going to happen. In order for the raid mechanic to work, you have to take a trophy, and it has to be a trophy of a monster in a raid, a specific raid, right? So in this case, let's see, where... I think one of these is labeled trophies. I just don't even know where it is. Is it there? Nope, nope, nope. Here we go. So in this case, let's look at a skeleton. We would take this skeleton trophy and place it on this item stand, right? And now we need to look, because if the there we go. We see how we saw that little pop? That means the trophy raid system is active and it's working. So now I'm eligible for the skeleton army raid. And every, I don't know, minute or whatever, however long it is, you'll see a little puff there. That means it was like, okay, did I get the raid? No. So you won't always have it just with one trophy. But if I were to keep going, like let's say I wanted a skeleton raid here all the time, then what I would do would be to make a bunch of these trophies spaced out like on these walls, right? And then you could just fill them up as you wanted it to happen. And pretty much once you have more than like 10 or 20 trophies, it's essentially constant. And the raids actually interrupt each other. So you'll like have one raid happening and then the next one triggers and it resets the 2-minute timer. So you end up with raids at weird lengths that you're not used to. It's definitely a different experience. So you can also place these in different places and like have monsters fight. Because there's certain raids you can summon in one biome and then it'll start messing with other things. So I'm trying to like hang out here and chat for long enough that the item stand does another puff thing. I guess I should actually look at the script and see how long it is. I think it checks every minute and it's like a 10% chance. Something like that. So with just one trophy, it's not gonna like guaranteed summon it. But if I were to keep going around, I could make that happen. And in this case, I can probably cheese it and show you. 1 second. So let's take a couple trophies here. And basically, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that when you first place the trophy, it will roll. So we place the trophy. And we're waiting for the item puff. There it is. It rolled and it failed. So that means that we can basically take it off again. And I don't remember if this will work, but we either have to make a new item stand in somewhere else or we put the trophy back on. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like you have to make it in a new place. So basically what we're going to do now is take this item stand apart, right? Because I need the resources, and we're going to move out of the way. Because there's going to be another puff there at some point, and it'll remove the thing. So you kind of have to remember where you had them, at least for a session, basically. And now we can put it here, and it should do the puff. There we go, see? So I keep getting unlucky, and it's not triggering the raid. And I'll just keep doing this until it does actually trigger the raid. And this should be able, you should be able to force the raid, basically. I don't remember what the rate is, though, to be honest. So I could just be getting unlucky. I think it's like 10%. And it redoes it every minute, I want to say. I don't know. Let's test, though. Because I removed this earlier, will it do the puff? Ah, yeah, okay. Ah, okay. That means all I have to do is just remove them in the same place, right? Ah, yeah, I think so. Okay. Yeah, we can probably just do it this way. Watch. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, so it looks like it takes... I think if I remember the logic, like, it takes a minute to remove the old sort of mechanic, basically. Because it puts a spawner there. It's invisible, you can't see it, but it's not actually the item stand that's making that happen. It's a spawner that spawns something every minute, and the thing it spawns is that puff, basically. So in this case, we're just going to keep going, and eventually I'm going to get the skeleton raid, I swear. It is eligible in the swamp, right? I'm assuming it is. I guess who knows, though? It might not necessarily. Because the thing about the trophy raids, it doesn't actually use the raid eligibility system. So normally you can only get certain raids depending on certain keys on the server based on bosses that have died. But the trophy raid system doesn't care about that at all. So you can just place stuff and basically it will then make that raid eligible if it's possible to get it in that biome. So it does care about the biome limitations of the original raids. But aside from that, hey, nice, here we go. Oops. It's funny. So Ford says, to get consistent raids every 5 minutes, I had to use like 15 blob trophies. Hey, that's cool. Maybe I actually lowered it. Because I remember at some point, it was like too intense, I think, if I remember right. Because you would just place one trophy and then get like mugged by them, basically. So in this case, I'm pretty sure it still works. I was just testing it enough to see like if the mechanic doesn't work. But because because those like that little puff shows up, I think probably it's fine. It's just that it's not super common at the moment. I must have lowered the rate for it at some point. It's been a while since I've messed with the trophy raid system. That was one of the first things. Raka made the bases of that, like the frame, and then I extrapolated it out across like all the different raids, and like that was commonly how I started. I would have like a piece of something that someone else did for something else, or one of the others made for me, and then I would take that and make it like 50 times in different situations. And that's like how a lot of the stuff on Path of Magic came to be. So how do we want to go for the look here, right? Because I could make... How do I make that castle look? Do I do something like, you know what I'm saying? Do I do something like this, you know? Like with that? Do I do it on each side? I kind of feel like I could make a tilted castle look. Basically, if I went like this, right? Like, I made it so it isn't an even one, if that makes sense. So it's like this. And then each one is like that. Maybe even like a third way. I don't know if that'll work, but... Nah, that would negate it. That's the same as using the other pattern. Yeah. So I would do this one. But then maybe something different here. How would I... Ah, yeah, I see how that's kind of more complicated to keep this going. Because I would need to go like this. And then do this one. And then like this. And then like that. That's probably what would keep the pattern. So the idea is that by having the cylindrical thing... Oh, yeah, the vines. I haven't used the vines at all, but this does look like an ideal place for the vines because the wool is gonna, like, the roof is on this side. So I think that means that the vines would grow on the outside pretty well. Because I know sometimes you can, like, shade them, right, and then it doesn't work. I don't know. I actually haven't worked with them at all, to be honest. Alright, so how would I start this? I guess I would use... Alright, it starts in the 4th. Which is kind of... Ah, okay. So what do I do? Which way would make more sense in this case? Because I could just spiral it any direction. You know what I mean? So in this case, I'm just going to go with the one that's easier to build. Because I don't think it's going to matter that much. And we'll just see how the profile looks. And this is like the main part. Once this is set up, it'll be easier. I guess technically all I need is this first block, right? And then once we have that first block... I'm not going to be able to access that other part. So I think to make it... I'm just going to focus on making it as easy to build as I can. So that means the edge is a 1. And that should allow us... to work it out. Maybe I'll just do it this way for simplicity's sake. Yeah, I'll start it out that way and see how it goes. So it's just going to be like this. And then I'll put 2 big ones on top of it. And then we'll be able to see, like, is this enough of a castle-esque silhouette to activate that feeling that we're going for? I'll have to see. It'll be pretty obvious pretty quickly, though. So... I just need to get the right snap points here. Thank goodness for these snap points, right? You don't have to use scaffolding all the time. There we go. Yeah, this is kind of... We'll see. We'll see how it looks. I love doing, like, kind of asymmetrical things like this. I remember having this realization once that, like, my problem with making mistakes is I don't make the mistake again. I try not to. And that's the whole problem. You got to make the mistake and then make it again in a pattern. And then it's like all artsy. There we go. So let's see. We got the silhouette look there. And also there. Alright. Let's go down here. And figure out what's going on. That's a bunch of nonsense. Let's clear that. Board says, for the edge, you could style it with the stone arch. Yeah, I think that's it. It's a great idea. Like on the outer perimeter or something. Oh no. Oh yeah, I feared him, so it should be fine. Hey, there we go. Let's see. I don't know. It does look more castle-esque. Interesting, interesting. I'm probably not going to be fully satisfied by anything with it for now. But I am glad that I can't see the roof part. So now I should be able to fill in the rest of the roof. The only other thing, though... Oh, wow, look at all these. I'm just going to blindly... Silver ore? Oh, thank goodness. I can finally use some silver arrows. That's going to be great. Well, in any case, let's run away from these nonsense holders right here. What we're looking for is... I'm just going to run past this and hope for the best. Oh, that George is going to kill me. Oh, he didn't kill me. That's very lucky. That guy's going to kill me, though. I was trying to get up onto the bridge like a fool. Ford, it says bee pollination is fucking insane. One harvest of less than 30 crops gave me 1,200. Yeah. Well, the idea with the bees, it's like, obviously it doesn't really work because people are used to normal Valheim. But the idea is that you can make a really tiny little garden thing and it'll give you all of the resources you need if you just put a beehive next to it. And then you don't need to make these like big fields of crops. And it's with that notion of spending less time on inventory management, basically. That's the idea behind it. Although in that case, it's like, I don't know. It gives you a bunch of stuff, right? So I don't know if that actually works. But we'll see how people feel about it. So far, I think I'll just leave it how it is. And here, it's interesting how different that part looks, that like jigsaw look on the outside. I didn't even think about how it would look on the outside, in all honesty. And it makes me either want to fill it up or continue the pattern down all the way, which is probably the more realistic way. Let's see. That'll save resources. So, can't repair. Ah, yes, I don't even have the hammer. I'm just going to grab it this way. All right, so I'm glad you liked that feature. That's cool. That's actually a script made by someone in the Valheim world editing group. And I took it from config share, and I think I adjusted it so it's like way more powerful, if that makes sense. Like, I scaled it up a bunch, but that's the only thing I changed. There's a couple really cool B scripts in that group, to be honest. There's another one that's all about... Oh, there's 3 actually, and one of them I want to implement. One of them makes oak trees have beehives sometimes, which I think is awesome. Although I do have to make sure I don't have lag trees, because lag trees plus beehives is no bueno. Alright. Now I want to see if this jigsaw look... I think it just looked weird because it was not all the way down to the ground. Whereas if I keep it going around the whole place... I don't know. Maybe we can make it work. We'll have to see. But I'm feeling good about it. I think it's going to work out. Now I think what I'll finish up with the stream is get all of the framing done so that there is a roof, it's got shelter, and everything. That main thing is this area here. This is the thing that needs some more work. And I also need to figure out the actual pattern. Ford, yeah, so basically the way the script works is... Oh, yeah, I should read your question. Ford asks, would the oak tree hives be renewable? Like you grow your own oak and when it's mature, a beehive can appear on it. Yeah, basically, the way it would work in a basic form, and I had some ideas on how to make it like the beehive spread, but pretty much the beehive has a chance to spawn every time an oak spawns. So, if you spawn your oak, it will roll a chance to get the beehive. So, in a most basic form, it would have it either in the beginning or it wouldn't. You plant an oak, it either gets one or it doesn't. But, in a more layered form, we could complicate the script a bit and make the bees... One, sometimes look for trees and show up, Basically, there could be some kind of bee poker. So you have a beehive, right? Let's say I have a beehive here. Now that there's a beehive here, every, I don't know, 10 seconds, the beehive will pick a tree and then roll a chance. And if the chance succeeds, then the bees will form another hive in that tree. And we could even make it like in real life, if you wanted to, where the bees of the beekeeper will actually split sometimes. They'll leave the hive. You know, I want to add some attrition to the beehives. I know that the players hate it when I add attrition, but I'm going to do it. I'm sorry. Pretty much, somehow, the queen bees need to become a resource we actually need more than each time we make a base. They need to be something that you need to get more of occasionally for the same base, because your bees aren't just eternally alive, you know? I feel like it can add value. In my head, I feel like it can add value. But the idea basically for that is to find some way that the bees go away or get sick or something. And at first I thought they were just going to get sick and disappear. But I kind of like the idea of the beehive like moving itself to a nearby tree. That's pretty funny. Like, you know, I mean, because then you literally have to go find it and then break to get the... It's so much like actual beekeeping, because that actually happens. I have bees and they leave. And like sometimes, like if you don't have the right environment for them, like and you try and get bees that aren't right for the area, they're just going to go somewhere that's right for them. So that they literally just leave. It's really funny. And that hasn't all happened, but it would be interesting. Oh, Ford, what an interesting idea. So he says that he thinks the bees should leave if the player hasn't interacted with them in a while. So that if someone is tending to them often, they'll be happy. You know, I like that. I think that's probably more effective than the bees just, you know, vanishing. So I could think of how that could work. That is possible. That's completely possible. This is like a whole thing. One second. I'm gonna put this in the little list thing. Here we go. So add bee mechanic when bees are not tended to, where they fly away and move to a nearby tree. Because the player's not going to have any idea about that, pretty much. So the problem is, what if there's no tree nearby that's eligible? But I'm honestly wondering, like, how many player bases don't have a single tree within, like, hundreds of meters? I don't know. I could just make it so the bee goes to the nearest tree, even if it's 1,000 meters away. Like, it's going to find it, you know? Because the thing is, if it has a low radius, then the players can learn to not have trees around. And I know that sounds absurd, but people do that kind of thing. And in the long run, I think about this, because you guys probably don't do that stuff, but I think that would work. And I like the idea of, like, the people who care for the bees regularly don't have to deal with it. But then when you forget about the bees and you haven't interacted with them in a while, they're just like, all right, whatever, screw you, you know, and then they leave. That, we can make it work. I think that sounds really cool. All right, let's see. Okay. I'm going to fill out this wool for now. This is what I want to work on here. So give me a moment to sip on this tea here. Let's see, I added that note. And then I'm also going to add another note that is the... What should these chests be called, or these special chests? Work on the deep chest. I don't like that name, though. It needs to be something, I don't know, cute and catchy. To be honest. The base chest, builder's chest, nah. It's gonna be one of these private things. I think that'll just be more accommodating, because people can feel like it's their own place. And, like, people on Palm don't really have that much. So they could do that, and then the sorted areas are actually like very communal, right? So this could just be a dumping area, and then you still have motivation that way to work on it. But I'm gonna get too into that if I think about it. So let me just note it down here. All right, work on deep chest. Okay, cool, nice. And then also work on deep cart for dungeons, specifically for dungeons. So I'm going to work on a cart that has lots of inventory space, but it's only usable in a dungeon. That's the idea. All right, so we have that up there. I've settled with that for the profile for now. I think it's okay. We can clear this space here, and we're going to make more room for our build progressing forward. Because now we can make our shingle roofs, and probably I can just go 3 and then here and then boom. Let's figure out what the pattern needs to be, because we're going to go to like a central area, right? And where is that central area? It's this post right here. So I shouldn't get misled by this, because that's actually skewed to the left. The center is this thing here. So we go down here, up we go here, and there you go. That's the center. So pretty much, I should probably do it where I start one to the right of the center, or one to the left. Let's go with one to the left, because there's already like a visual pattern there, right? The pattern is broken right here. I know I did it backwards. Don't worry too much about that. So here we're going to figure out how to do this alternating thing, because I think we can make our life easier with this roof if each roof is basically at a different level. So this roof, for example, will be there, and then this next roof will be one layer higher. Makes sense? So it'll start up here, and then go like this, and then like that. And I think through doing it this way, we'll be able to make that seam just look a little bit better. Teen says, it likes that too. I'm not sure if you meant the something building or what Ford's talking about. I'm assuming the Ford B thing with motivating players to tend to their Bs. I think that does sound quite cool as well, to be honest. So I guess now, okay, that one's down, so this one goes up. Is that it? Is that simple? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. 1, 2, and then I just go on to this one, right? 1, 2, 3, and then here we go up, right? And it looks like the snap points are reliably in the right place. So I can sort of just go faster and go like this. And there's that one part there. But aside from that, it's pretty easy. And once we get this placed, I just have to make sure I haven't like accidentally clipped something a little gnarly. But I have a feeling that this is gonna work. We'll see though, who knows. Alright, that looks solid. And then this last piece over here. Let's make sure it's in the right spot. It might clip up through the thing, but that's okay. I'm not worried about that for now. There we go. Alright. Looks like there's some weirdness in certain places, like this. Why does it look like that? Oh, no, they all look like that. Okay, okay. Cool, cool. Well, I think now I can just continue forward. And we've re-seen now the center points, right? But they're not the full center points. It's kind of misleading because each wing is attached in like 3 parts, but the center isn't right there, right? It's because it's alternated. But the closest thing to the center is the centerpiece here. Or, you know, maybe this piece here. It depends. We're going to go with this. And I'm just going to keep it going. I guess I could do it in an L, but for now, let's go with the T shape. And let's see how it looks when we have a couple of these kind of tiered up next to each other. And this is going to give us a sense of how to like clip these into each other in a way that looks interesting. I think... yeah. We'll have to see, but it looks like it might work. It might work. I don't really know, though, but... this is a way to handle the circular wall problem, right? So I have to be careful though, because if the nonsense chest, ah yes, nonsense chest. No, you're right. Of course. Oh, you got it, teens. You got it. That's the nonsense chest. Okay. That was so satisfying. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I already called them nonsense chests too. So now it's an actual nonsense chest, right? And then maybe the cart should be the nonsense cart. And these are great because the player will have to know about the nonsense chest. But to summon a nonsense cart, I could make that pretty easy. Because it'll happen to the player by accident if they summon any cart in a dungeon. I can make the game just notice, okay, cart was summoned at 4,000 yards in the sky. It was definitely a nonsense cart. I don't know what I'm going to do with the squareness here, but for now I'm just going to try and work around it. It's a little bit weird here because I have to build the one that's above it so that I can build the one that's below it. You see what I'm saying? And now it looks like basically once these clip into each other, I guess that's the point where this one becomes not needed anymore. I don't know how this pattern's going to keep going, to be honest, but it's pretty interesting. I like these things a lot more once I can like fill them up like this, see, because I just have woo. I know I can't go all the way around, but it's definitely more satisfying than groping around in the sunken crypt for hours. All right, nice. This is coming together. One. Hey, it looks so funny. That's really funny. It has a look to it. Like, it's very blocky right now, but I think with some trim, that might actually look really cool. The thing is, like, I won't need... What's gonna happen now? Does this part disappear? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't need that upper part anymore. Now I have to deal with this part of the pattern, which is gonna start overlapping, right? Just like that. Like, oh, how am I gonna deal with this? I don't know, but it looks pretty cool. Like, it so far it looks cooler than I thought it would. Let's put it that way. All right, there we go. So now, ooh, look at that. I don't know, that's pretty neat. Not gonna lie. I like that inset look. It's like an interesting little feature, isn't it? Look at all this roof. Oh, it's so great to have a roof again. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Now those... Ah, I missed that gap there. I see. There we go. I don't like being able to see. Yeah, that kind of stuff is kind of okay. But I'd prefer no. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That's satisfying. And this can just keep going there. I'll probably have to do that soon. But for now... Now we got to figure out, how does the pattern keep going past this point, though? You know, like... These here are 2 full pieces, right? So probably it has something to do with these 2 full pieces. So let's put them in. Whoa, why is that one... Why did that one clip so well? Am I like blind or something? What? Ah, so maybe it just has another one added to it or something. I don't know. I can't figure out why that... Oh, no, it's the height. Ah, no. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So actually, if you just add all 3 of them, that's what is going on here. This one has one of the extra pieces. I'm confused by this, to be honest. Roofs are confusing, so I'm just going to move on. We're going to go, what? Oh, time to make a new hammer. Doing the great sin, just making new build hammers instead of finding one. I see. So if you go 3 pieces, 2 pieces, 2 pieces, 2 pieces. Why does it work seamlessly there? Does that mean I'm... And it's like less there? Maybe it has to do with the angles. I don't know. I'm just going to add another piece like this. That fixes the problem. Okay. I guess you can always just throw more wood and resources at the problem, right? So here we go. We have this roof. That seems all right. We'll obviously add some kind of windows or visibility here at some point. But mostly, I'm looking for other players to fill this place up, sort of, and decorate the interior. I'm hoping that if I just frame everything and make it safe, safe, Mr. Wraith, you better stay over there. Then it's obviously not safe right now. I mean, I can see a Wraith, you know, that means the Wraith could just come here. But if we make this work, I think it'll be pretty cool. And it's like spaced, right? So there's all these little interesting features. We have the conveyors, we've got all this other stuff. I don't know, I think it could be pretty awesome. What I'm gonna do for now, I'm gonna figure out a solid situation here. All right, let's see. Here is our profile. I don't know how I feel about this jigsaw look. I might change it, maybe try experimenting with something else. But for now, it's a solid framework. But what I would like to find out is pretty much, how's that roof looking? Hey, we can just see the top of it. Just barely. That's awesome. Great. Good stuff. Good stuff. Now, I'm thinking... I'm thinking about... I don't like this square roof over here, to be honest. I think it's pretty lame. But I guess it doesn't really... It's not that noticeable if I actually finish up the rest of the roof. Right? There's going to be this gap here. I'll figure out how to fill that up later. But for now, we can see that this area has this basically staircase from before. So obviously, this needs to be enterable from there. So this big old room is just going to have like an entrance right here. So the player won't even really need to go to the more dangerous part. Dangerous. They'll be able to just come over here and then get a bed or something. Because I've learned that danger is only as interesting as the amount of safety the player has to retreat back into. And players need safe places to be able to enjoy dangerous places. And that's the biggest problem with Ashlands, is that it's hard to get that safe place to retreat into. And that's why Path of Magic has a sky path going over the Ashlands, allowing anybody to just run there if they really want to. But the Ashlands itself is so inhospitable that it sort of balances itself. People get like Ashlands trauma and then come back and they're like, ah, yes, peace. Maybe that's just me, but I swear it happens. I swear. All right, we have our conveyor. That's looking good. This storage, I'm going to just, you know, this whole thing will make more sense if we have a dumping chest. Then we only need labeled chests for, like, the important things, right? So I think, though, probably I'm realizing as I'm playing, a nonsense chest... What if, instead of forcing the player to use one chest, what if the player can pick any chest and make it into a nonsense chest? You know? The player could basically just build their one chest, have the character in front of it, and then go say nonsense. Boom. And then that would alter the one chest to be the nonsense chest. And then any time they try and do that again, it's going to tell them there's already a nonsense chest here, right? That sounds pretty easy to do. In all honesty, sounds very, very simple. So we'll see. I'm going to experiment later. I'll try and make a live stream, but it's not really to live stream. It's to experiment with live streaming to make a piece of content that's short in one take. Because if I play my cards right, now that I have these two monitors, I can hide the sensitive stuff on one monitor and not have to edit it. And if I just stay focused, I think I can do it. But we'll see what happens. It'll be a new kind of format of video that's more organic, more like what people are actually doing when they try and develop themselves. So we'll see how it goes. And at this point, let's see, what should I do now? I feel like there's probably a little bit of setup I could do. But probably, I'd say the best situation here would be to redo the actual, not redo, sorry, to finish off the roof, right? Because here, yeah, that doesn't really work. Obviously, I could just make this roof that's square come down further, which would be interesting, in all honesty. That might actually work, but we'll see. For now, I'm just going to keep going here. I don't really like the square thing. I'm still at odds against it. But here, how do we handle that part? You know what I'm saying? That looks so funny. I see, because normally it has the other angle clipped in. I see, I see. Hey, thanks, Ping. That's really awesome. All right. Now, what should I do for this? I'm still kind of at a loss. I guess I didn't continue this roof, and that might be making it more complicated for me. So let's keep that going. And oh yeah, boom. Hey, I'm learning. Oh, look at that. I'm learning. Oh, I love that feature. I'm really glad that that's a thing. I'm happy about it now, even though I didn't know it existed a couple weeks ago. Is that right? I think so. Now, this is going to get harder to do from here. So at this point, I think we can easily get up here, right? Yeah. So now I have an easier way. Ooh. There's already a little gap here. Cool. Now we have an easier way to access this without getting into the danger of everything else. So that's pretty cool. And look, hey, we have a little bit of a profile there. I didn't think that the black roofs would help the stone, but I think they do. Could definitely use some work here to make it look interesting from the top, but not bad. I definitely like the general stone look there. That's quite cool. Very interesting. Looks like at another point, I'll basically update it, right? Because we got all this. Here we have this stuff. And we just have this whole missing wall area, pretty much. So there's a lot that could be done here. I think probably, like, because these are off pattern. These were just placed on the conveyor belt, right? So they are not matching with this thing. I guess technically I could be really perfectionist and try and make it the same level. So when you're up here, you're actually walking on the conveyor belt. But I think probably I'm going to make just this open format. It seems nice, and I have a feeling it'll add to the depth there. And then maybe for this part, I kind of like that view a little bit. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. Hey, Ping just accidentally discovered dandelion power. That's hilarious. You see, that's an example of like a mechanic where like good mechanics, basically, you can discover them by accident and then learn about them. So dandelion power gives you the diverger buff for 1 minute by giving you the 20-second buff 3 times. And I think it doubles your damage. I don't remember exactly what the dandelion buff does, but it does something to increase your damage, if I remember right. Ah, yeah, and Teens is saying, yes, better chest choice. Yeah, I think so as well, Teens. It's certainly, that way the players can use whichever one they prefer. Anything with a container. I mean, I guess technically they could even use like a medium green pot or like one of these. Literally anything. Ford is asking how to get dandelion power. Well, I can tell you it has something to do with dandelions. Although it looks like Ping Ping got it. So Teen says, but it needs to be able to be deconstructed. Yeah, I think, oh, so basically the way it would work, the player makes something, and because it's the player making the container, they'll always be able to take it apart. And once it's taken apart, then it no longer thinks there is one there. So you could then do it to another container. So as long as it only works on containers that the player can build in the first place, then any of them could become that situation, basically. So let me see real quick. Haha, yeah, Ping figured it out. Yeah, so if you throw a certain amount of dandelions, yeah, I think it's 10, then you get a strong combat buff for 1 minute. I only have 6 dandelions, so I can't show it on stream. Unfortunate. All right. Yeah, so technically, I guess I'll just say half of the mechanic. So I won't say how you do it, but there are ways to get the motor buff, just like dandelion power, by throwing a consumable item in the right amount, and then it activates it and removes the item, right? There's a lot of kind of things like that we do on Path of Magic to act as sinks, because Valheim in general is not very balanced. It has a lot more sources than it does sinks. And actually, Valheim in general negates its sinks. So, like, it definitely is, it's complicated. But pretty much because the players do things one time and then never have to do it again, it produces a bunch of, like, item problems, pretty much. So here we have this situation. That's looking solid. The roof, I guess I can just keep going with the roof, right? That's originally why I went up there before I got distracted. And I could just make this roof bigger, couldn't I? The thing is, though, it's not very high. Like, it's pretty much the wrong height. Unfortunately, like, the whole roof needs to be probably, like, 1 brick higher or 2 meters higher. And then I could just keep extending it out, and that would probably fix the other problems, because this roof covers enough here, right? But for now, I'm gonna ignore the square roof. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. I mean, it's a roof, don't get me wrong, a roof's a roof. But, I'm not feeling that great about that square roof. Probably gonna tackle that later. I see how, like, dang, this place, like, got the frame going, but there's still so much more. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of intense. Ah, I see. Okay, that's what I was doing before. So this piece is the end piece. All right, so it needs to be like this? Oh, no, I see, because they're different. It alternates. Ah, that's what's been confusing me. Okay, I think I get it. I get it. Yeah, I see. So because it's not like, I don't know, I guess either I made a mistake somewhere or there's like an alternation, right? I was getting very confused about that. Like even in this case, look at this craziness. I'm just going to fill that gap. That's my goal. I think I can do it. I have the skills. Here we go. I'm glad that everybody who builds in Valheim has the skills. It's not like... I was kind of scared that at some point they'd be like, ah, you can't build that until you have building level 23. But then again, I don't know. Considering how much they have a skill system, you know, the one thing that might actually benefit, from my perspective, because if you have a building skill, I don't know, maybe people will like to build to raise their building skill. But for some reason, Valheim has every other skill, but not a building skill. I don't know. What's the emotion? Alright. Let's just keep this going. I'm just trying to close this at this point. I don't really care about the logistics of it. So let's just waste a bunch of wood on top and clip it all together here. Like we get all these bizarre shapes now. Kind of interesting, actually. Maybe I can roll with that, because it looks like if I just add another piece here, it'll do the same thing. Right? We just go boop, boop. But now we have issues from other things clipping into it. You know, I guess that's life, right? There we go. Hey, that looks kind of cool, actually, up there. I don't like this part, but this part, yeah, I think we can live with it, to be honest. Especially if I just clip some trim in here. Yeah, that could get real easy. And now what do I want to do here? You know what I'm saying? Could go that way. Could go that way. That actually looks... Ooh. Ooh. Wait, so am I one wall away from having an actual, like, line of symmetry up here? Oh. Ooh, interesting. Okay, how do I do this? I need to clip something through. Oh, no, it's already there. I just have to... Oh, all right, all right, all right. I think maybe this is going to help this pattern work out. All right, so where are these pieces? There we go. All we need is one of them. And then we're good. There we go. Yes. Now we know that this is in the right spot. So I think I can just go like this. And then just keep it going. And... Oh, no, that's not going to result in that same piece, is it? Because this is actually a roof piece. I don't know. Yeah, it won't line up, actually, because it's these earlier ones, right? So I would have to just keep that pattern going again. And at this point, I think what I'm going to do is just break this up in a simple way. Iron... I couldn't do that. No, it would break. But this counts... Does this count as a roof? I feel like it does, but I don't even remember, to be honest. So I guess for now, I'll just do something like... something simple. Let's see, maybe we just need a little roof cap. But how to do that in a way that works? I don't really know how to close this gap, to be honest. Maybe I can just do it in a squirmy way. Could leave it like this for now. Really. Been a load of progress on this base today. It's looking pretty good. Lost the diverger, which kind of sucks. So I guess off stream, I'll have to do some more sunken crypting so I can get some money. And then I can work on more of this. We'll have to figure that out. I guess I don't have to do the diverger plumaging off stream. I just feel like at this point I've done it so much. It's better to move forward with new things. But the factory is certainly coming together. And now it has much more of an obvious form. It just needs some practicality, let's say. You know, it needs a workbench area set up. It needs a dock. So I guess what I can do is make this situation here. And we're going to do this little thing. Color equals white. To do tasks. Color equals white for anybody. For anybody willing. Alright, so the first one is build a dock where the core wood is outside. Boom. The core wood frame. What's the core wood frame? You're about to see. I'm about to put it there. So that, and what else? What other tasks? I guess to block up the open section. No, that's not easy to communicate to a player, though. So I guess, realistically, the roof, that pattern up there is really confusing simply because I didn't continue it. So what I need to do with the roof is use the iron beams and continue it all around. And that way I'll eliminate the need for this one here. Because the roof will take care of everything else. Makes sense? So I guess that's another task. It is to... Oh, no, I don't need that. It's to take the roof and remove square roof. And then another task is to build, finish, circular roof pattern. So like just extend it all the way around. And then that is going to save this problem. That problem won't matter anymore, and we'll end up with like a circle in the middle. And if it's high up enough, I don't think it's gonna matter because over here we have loads of stuff, right? Yeah, all right, all right. Now, what other tasks? Let's see. Who knows? Someone might come here and feel like doing one of these. Also raid crypts for iron. Raid crypts for more iron. Boom, boom, boom. And also, we need build a crafting area. Build workbench area. First floor. Okay. Oh no, this floor. That's more clear. This floor. And then another task is also right here. And this one is going to be to build the, not the workbench, not the forge. It's to build the second floor to have bases and comfort. Yeah. All right, so we got a couple things here. I don't know if anyone's going to see this stuff, but anybody who's interested, well, you can get here, and there's some to-do tasks. We need a dock, and the dock, I want it to be out here. Because basically the idea, this is literally an iron factory. So it's very useful to make large quantities of iron for building. So a player should be able to come here with a boat that has a lot of storage, and then they'll be able to pull up to the dock, which is, this is perfect. You see how deep it is over there? Not too many rocks or anything. And then they'll be able to access this base, and then that place right there. So gonna get to that at some point, but the only thing I request is that it's not a dock with a roof. I don't like docks with roofs. But aside from that, you know, I've seen some really cool docks. Now, the main reason for not having a roof is just because this place already has a lot of instances, pretty much. So, in general, the dock would need to be kind of minimalist. And the idea is that it can receive a ship quickly. And for some reason, whenever people make docks, I don't know why, but most people, when they build docks, are sort of obsessed with making like a little port that you have to park the ship in, if that makes sense. Like, so you have to go into it like this. And don't get me wrong, that can be cool. But honestly, it makes landing at the port and actually using it more complicated. Because you have to line the ship up perfectly to get there. And that ends up making it kind of frustrating sometimes, depending on the situation, depending on the boat. It also means it has to be the right size. And, oh, it also means when you, your boat's there, it's gonna like rock and hit the thing and sometimes take damage because it's like within the structure. Make sense? Yeah, there are so many leeches. That's true. Oh, I'm gonna get back there 1 second. I'm so far away, you know. Here we are. I was doing an important presentation, Mr. Blob. Yeah, exactly. Chased by too many leeches. Oh, all right. And so I'm not saying these are bad. I think for single player, this kind of thing works well because you can take your time, have your one boat, and park it, right? But I find that it's better for multiplayer servers to have docks that are more, well, you know, I'm always obsessed with circles, but they're kind of more like this. And they have more just openness. So I'm not saying this is too small. I'm not saying it should be this size. I'm talking about the shape. You see how people make docks and they make them bays that you park in, like a parking spot. But in practice, that's not good for like people to just pull up, load their ship, and leave. They need to be able to just swing to the side like this, fill it up, and then go away. You see how simple that is? You just go, you stop, you move forward. It's very simple. Whereas when you go into this, you need to do that, and then you need to like do your backup thing, go out, or either back up into it. And like, I get it. It can be comforting to have your boat there, but I don't think that in practice, that's actually that useful. And I only say this because, well, Yeah, like every time I ask people to build a dock, for some reason they always build docks like this for the most part, and they want to like put stuff in it and make it into a base. Yes, definitely like a dock like the one you made outside your inn. That was actually really cool. I love the pattern you did with that and with the stone. But absolutely, that is like exactly what I'm talking about. You just pull up to it and do it. So like I used a curved example here, but that's just like a preference thing. It doesn't really matter. All that matters is that there is a open ocean in a deep part. The boat can go up to it and stop and then keep going the same direction and get out of the way. That is what it needs to work like. So there needs to be that flow, if that makes sense. And in this case, like, this shape would work if it was extended out a bunch. So like, what I really like mean by this would be if I actually do it to scale, it would be more like this. So let's make it like that. And it would be out further. I'm just going to show you like a basic framework, right? So I would do something like 2 units, and then each 2 unit, it like turns or whatever, just like that. And looks like I am going to have trouble. So let's place these. And if anyone works on this, I'm just making like a basic demonstration here. So it's not like, you know, you have to do this. But basically, yeah, something like this. So the ships come from over there or over here. This is like a really easy area to access, right? Oh, that's a good idea, teens. I'll do it. I'll do that. I'll do that. And then you come over here and you see how like it just lines up. You don't have to go into anything. It doesn't even need to be that big, to be honest. It just needs to be able to receive the boats. And ideally, like, one person could be there, and they're not occupying the spot. And I find that sometimes, like, curves or stuff like this can work well for that. In general, a boat needs 4 meters of space. Obviously, the Drakkar is more intense, but by angling it, you get a bit more. So each slot can be like 4 meters, and if you have 3 slots, it's probably good enough. But that's it for now. I'm just going to get rid of this here. And I'm going to go take a screenshot, just like teens recommended. And just to verify again, yes, exactly. Like the dock in PTA in front of the dock house that you made. Exactly. That's the kind of dock I'm talking about. Those are the cool ones. All right. Here we go. I'll take this screenshot here. And I guess just for kicks, I should probably do it this way. We're going to leave some lighting here. I guess like this. Probably right. Oh, where's my fine wood? What happened to it? Did I use it on something? Build another fine wood chest? What nonsense did I get into? I don't know, but for now, I'm going to take the fine wood from here. There we go. Come on, fine wood. Got it. All right, now we're just going to place this here. This is a little trick to do lighting. You can take a diverger head lantern or a diverger circlet, and you can place it, and then boom, it's like an LED light in Valheim. Pretty cool, right? So here we go. And I can sort of read that. It's good enough for now. I'm going to get my screenshot. Here we are. And like Teen says, I'll share this in Discord so that anyone interested in building more of this place out, I think it's more ready to accommodate people a bit now. It's got some builder's bells, and there's actually some shelter, some place to build some wood, you know? I think it's wonderful. Yeah, the light trick is cool, right? Yeah, you can do them a lot, too. I don't know how they are performance-wise, but I'm under the impression it's less of a hit on performance than campfires are. Because campfires have, like, moving light and flickering stuff, whereas these just do the same thing. And they don't even always make shadows, as far as I've been able to tell. But maybe that's because I have shadows turned off. It thinks I'm in water. It's funny. Alright then, I guess that's it for now, everybody. Thanks for watching, and I'll be back real soon on a different kind of live stream where I try and record a thing straight away and do it that way. So I'll see you there. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching another episode of The Path of Magic. All of the crazy nonsense that you've been seeing so far has been done with Expand World Prefabs. Expand World Prefabs is a fantastic server-side BepInEx mod developed by Yair. And if it wasn't for Yair's hard work, none of this would be possible. So I strongly encourage you to support Yair if you can. And if you're interested in supporting my work, there's two ways that you can do so. By getting your own dedicated Valheim server at Zap Hosting. I've got lots of tutorials showing you how to set everything up, and it doesn't even take that long. All you'll need to do is go to the link in my description, zaphosting.com/jpvalheim. That'll get you set up with the BepInEx server straight away, and then you just need to change a couple config files, and I have all of the information that you need for that. The second way is to support me on Patreon, and you can just check out the link in the description below if you're interested in doing that. I understand that some of you might want to support me, but, you're not going to get a server to do so, so here you go. Now you have a way to do it. Thanks for watching, and I'm going to see you in the next episode of The Path of Magic. Bye-bye.